Hello. How is everyone doing today? I hope you all are doing well. We are going to be getting back into Enshrouded today. Hopefully. Oh, it's apparently still up. Okay, then. I guess it's still updating. Dang it. They had a patch, and I thought that I had given it enough time for the patch to finish downloading. I guess I was wrong. Alright. Either way, we'll be hopefully finishing up the patch soon, and then we'll be able to get started. Either way, given that, I'll put back on music. Quiet it down a bit. Oh, turned it off. Not bad. Alright. Yeah, while the patch finishes, how's everyone doing today? I do hope you all are doing well. Yeah, something I wanted to look at. Right. Go. Alright. Okay. Yeah, I hope you all are doing well. Hopefully the game will be done. Unfortunately, it was about 50% of the way through. Should have looked at that before, but I was a little bit too, well, honestly, just thinking it would actually freaking work quickly and without any sort of problem. Yeah, I hope you all are doing well. We'll be getting started with Enshrouded. I think one of the things that I do want to try to do today is going to be, I want to try to be able to get, maybe a bit of a base, not necessarily redesign, but definitely a little bit more of a look through, trying to figure out, how I want the full thing to go, how I want everything to fit. Because as it stands right now, my main current base is too small. I need to kind of make a couple of decisions on how I want the base to continue from now, which is a lot more difficult than I would have thought. But, you can do what you can. Yeah. Probably won't be able to get everything set up, and then it'll all look good. Yeah, hope y'all are doing well. We'll hopefully be started. We're now at 66%, so it shouldn't take too much longer. We'll hopefully be able to get started soon. I didn't realize just how long the update was going to take. That was my bad. I should have paid more attention to that. unfortunately, yeah. The update's downloaded, but it takes longer to route it. Be a little bit, but this gives a simple question. Would be, what would you guys actually want to see me play, like, later? Yeah, what would be like a game that you guys want to see me play? As it stands now, we've got quite a list of games that I could do. But what would be like a game that you kind of want to see me, actually play and really try to get, like, finish through? Because I don't know. I'm thinking of maybe, I don't know what I'll do once I'm kind of caught up with the Enshrouded, but yeah, there's a lot that I want to try to work on. So, I don't know. Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get everything going. It'll just take a little bit longer. We're at about 83 now, so 83% patch, so we should be good to play pretty soon. Yeah. Unfortunate, but yeah. Alright. Alright. Up to 90% done with the patching of the update. I really should have done that before starting stream, but not exactly the brightest. But yeah. Yeah. I do think we'll try to make sure everything gets going. I do think one of the things that I want to do today is, yeah, I want to take my base. I unfortunately don't think that I'll be able to break up much of it, but what I want to do, excuse me, is I want to take the current home and more or less, yeah, take the current home and move everything together. So what I had to do is take, what's it called? I am forgetting the names of everything, dang it. Oh yeah. Yeah, what I'd do is I'd probably go and yeah, take my home and decide how I want to split everything else up. Because at the moment, the base is far too spread out or too condensed, and so I'd want to, build more area. So I think what I'd probably do is, yeah, just try to figure out how I want to actually layer everything. So taking my base and figuring out, where everything can go versus where it should versus, all the other fun details. Game's finally loading, so we'll be able to get started. Yeah. I do hope that y'all enjoy it. Another thing that I'll make note of, and I'll probably do it a few times. I think I'm gonna try to reset my stream schedule and try to do more. Try to do less longer streams and try to maybe do only like 5 or 6 hour streams instead of my like 12 to 14-hour streams that I've been doing on like Tuesdays, splitting it in half basically, and then also running a few other things. Oh, I just remembered something else that's gonna be a bit annoying. Um, Shaders need to be compiled. Right? Oh wow. At least that seems to go pretty quick, so yeah. I do definitely, I will have to say that I do think it'll be something where I'm gonna want to, yeah, I think I'll want to be able to figure everything out. I do hope y'all will, I do hope y'all would just give some advice on what it'll be good. 'Cause, yeah, one of the things that I want to do is me start making videos during the new year. So during 2026, actually taking my streams and turning them into videos. I stream long enough, I should have hopefully enough funny moments to make like a 10-minute video on each stream. So. But yeah, like that's something that I'm hoping to be able to do, is just grow the channel a bit more, because live streams aren't growing the YouTube channel. And in order to get more people to know about my channel, you're not discoverable on Twitch if you just stream. Just streaming is not a good way to be discoverable either on Twitch or on YouTube. And I don't know how to make. My streams have been shown to a decent number of people. Like 800 people have seen my streams in the last, few weeks. Showed up and recommended, but like no one else clicks on them, no one finds them. Same sort of thing with any of my shorts. They just aren't getting traction. So I gotta hope to try to find a way to get traction. So hopefully I'll be able to get that, but yeah. So that'll be something that I'll probably end up trying to do. Don't know if I would go through all of my Enshrouded streams. I might try to do that. Maybe. But definitely taking like streams such as maybe the Ale and Tail Tavern, if I still have those VODs. Alright, we're now good to start playing in Morocco. Yeah. I think that'll be something that I'll end up doing. I think I'll also try to play a few more one-off games and just try to get more videos out there in the next year. It'll be hopefully pretty fun, but yeah, it'll be something that I'm gonna have to try to work on. Taking my American Truck Sim videos or streams, turning those into videos, all sorts of fun stuff. Yeah, there'll be a lot of fun things that we'll hopefully get started on. I might also try to do a Minecraft, so maybe twice a month doing some Minecraft. I'll have to try to figure out, days, times, all that other fun stuff. But I don't know. Maybe just try to find something I can do to try to keep longer running series. Alright. Yeah. Alright. Yeah. One of the things that we're going to try to do is, you know, deal with all of this. We've got quite a lot of stuff. I definitely need to cut down all these trees. I think these are all conifers. And yeah, just try to figure out how to actually handle everything because I have, things like the goats here. I never planned with the goats or the... So I need to actually try to figure out how I want this whole thing to look. I like the look of this as like a community hall, but I need to do better with a lot of other areas. Such things as, providing, foundations that actually go a bit further back. Clear cutting a lot of this forest, removing some of the trees, getting to like the edge of the area so I can actually do other building. Building more. A lot of this building, I like the basic look of it, especially as like a community center sort of thing. Like a big community building, but things where, having everybody living in this, there's just too much. So I need to put things like the hunter in their right locations, splitting up where the beds are so everybody's a little bit more spread out, and stuff like that. I just need to do more things, building more of an area. If I go over to the building hammer, like my current edge for being able to build things goes all the way over to here. So I definitely think I need to deconstruct things. Here's an interesting thing. If I have to move an altar, can I move it? How far can I move it? Because there are some things that I don't like as much. Where the frick is the, where's the edge line for this? All the way over to here. So, like, a good chunk of this is now under my zone. And I definitely think I need to at least build a bit more. I like the shape of the house. I think it's good. But I definitely need to do more, adding windows. Maybe adding a couple more details to certain areas. Clearing fields like this. Just going wider in certain areas, which I need to, creating an actual storage zone. Maybe, building a staircase going down as well as those. Having the armor sets, making doubles of armor sets and other stuff like that. So I can have, the double armors, all sorts of other stuff like that, which I just need to figure out how to do. Yeah, a lot of planning that'll be done in today's stream. Um, Need to clear out freaking we're gonna clear that out. We're gonna clear out all of this. And then I don't know if I'll clear cut the forest, but I'll definitely do a lot closer to clear cutting. I don't know if the trees are fully grown, so I'll give it a little bit longer for the trees, but I definitely think I'm gonna, you know, clear out certain things, give certain things as a test, try to make somewhat future-proof areas, giving a platform for the houses to sort of sit on, you know, just, I need a lot of work. I definitely need to create, I only think one thing that I'll do first and foremost, I'm going to need to work on storage. So I'm going to need to make like double to triple the amount of storage I have right now, which I'm gonna go look at the journal, workshops. Where is the dude? I forget it. Carpenter. I want huge chests. To do that means I need Shroud Nexus and Enshrouded Oil, as well as Iron Bar. Okay, so I can make a couple of huge chests. The biggest deals are going to be the Shroud Nexus and Enshrouded Oil. So what do I need for Shroud Nexus? Okay, so I can make 6 more Shroud Nexuses, so I can have at least 10 huge chests. Okay, I should be able to work with that number of huge chests. The other thing I need is Enshrouded Oil, so that'll be no, not the alchemy. That is in the, where is laboratory? Enshrouded Oil requires coal powder and brittle shroud flakes. Okay. So I'm gonna need to get more of that. That should be the only thing stopping me, is getting some coal powder. Okay. But then I'll be able to make enough of that. The other thing I'd want to look up is certain items that I'd want to use, you know, for the decorative. I do much like the look of the boreal wood beds. Do these king size, those are +6, these are +7. I'm currently using the ornate. Boreal would look nice. I do wish that the like the covers would look a little differently, but oh well, I guess. Ooh, there are sofas. There can be quite a lot I can do with sofas, as well as the different, yeah, okay. Ooh, I do like the look of these. These are steel, silver, hanging lamp. Ooh. Silver candle holders, those are beautiful. Okay, and they all give +5 to comfort, including these lanterns. they look beautiful, so I'm gonna want to try to use quite a few of these. So, how much do I need? I need goo for the wall lanterns. I need more silver and steel bars, but then I'd be able to do so much with these lamps. I definitely like the steel brazier, silver lamps. I'll be able to make good use of all of them, so those will be good. But I need more of that. The granite table looks really good. That's a +7 versus a +6 for the boreal. But I think I can make it look good. The other thing is wall mounts. I'll definitely need to work more with wall mounts for staff and all that other stuff. Um, yeah, and then I need these different showcases. Those will be really fun to do. I really like the boreal look much better. It's like the darker wood, which those do require conifer. Okay. And then crystal jugs and shatters. When it comes to the doors, I do like the I think I'll do the boreal. I definitely like the boreal, though that will require me to use a lot more silver. But I do, yeah, I definitely like that much better. Then there's the white fence, which looks pretty good. The fine stone, I think, can look really good for outside, but I think I'd still keep the fine fence inside, which does require hardwood, which will be fun. Yes, windows. The steel is the only one with glass in it. Although, window frame, granite window frames also look pretty good. So, I think I'll try to do that. The polish could look pretty good. I definitely think in the stone areas using the granite, and maybe in the wood using the steel window frame. I make good. Alright. So I'm gonna need a lot of steel, and I'm gonna need a lot of glass. Got it. Okay. I think the main thing that I need to end up getting is I need to go to the kill wastes. Need to get more of the Enshrouded flakes, and I need to make a bunch of full powder. Because, yeah, my goal will be to try to get everything set up, and then also, I am going to need, pets. I want my pets to look good. So, we'll work on that as well. So, let's quickly... Okay. Flour, we want not bone dust. Coal powder, luckily, is made out of charcoal. I can't make 10, so I'll go 8. Which means I need a 7 cube. So, all of what I have will go into making coal powder. I also need to remember to go outside. Why do I... Oh, the hammer glows. Wait, why do I glow? Why do I have on me that glows? Okay. steel bars. Oh, these require coal. All of these require coal to make. Okay. I should. What am I low on? I need more silver ore. Okay. But that'll make 40 of that. I'm going to need to get a lot more coal. But I think I can do that fairly well. How much for glass? 30 and 5 for 10 versus 40 and that. I have basically nothing here. Okay. Okay. There's a lot that I'm gonna need. Then what I'm gonna do quickly is I think I am going to mine up all of, or as much as I can of each of these. And we'll start with that. We're at iron tools. We're gonna try to get as much of this soil as we can get. Fertile springlands, dirt. Yeah, this is going to definitely need some more work later, but yeah, I'm gonna go gather up all my dirt here. We're going to then I think what I'll use is I might use, I don't know, I'll also have to try to figure out how everything looks, how the different pieces look, so I can make things look good together, because I've got a large selection of building materials. I definitely think that I'll need to, especially when it comes to things like, yeah, when it comes to the, because I do want to also make, like, each of the different people have at least a place to represent them in their basics. So, you know, farmer has, you know, maybe a barn or a farmhouse, and that's put next to the farm soil, so I can actually produce stuff, because as it stands right now, I have very little available. Let's clear this stuff out. Alright. So, all in all, I end up with about probably like 10 fossilized farm soil, an area that is badly beaten up, and to do this now with farm soil, we do this again. Yeah, I'm gonna go fix up my home base, try to somewhat flatten everything, but I will definitely need at least to make a decent number of places, so it'll take me a while, but I think I'll be able to make a good base. It's just gonna, yeah, take me a while. I don't think certain things grow better on standard farm soil versus fertilized, so that'll be fun, but yeah. Yeah, I definitely think I'll probably end up making a underground portion, so then I can actually do something with my chests. There'll be a lot to work on, but I think it'll look really good when it's all said and done. I just need to get everything said and done. I'm pretty happy with the way that this will look when it's all said and done. I definitely think it'll be a lot easier to make faces look more reasonable. You know, maybe doing... Yeah, I think I'll definitely be able to also make the ground look a lot nicer if I can set up more reasonable bases, because right now none of my stuff's reasonable. Yeah, I think for today, the goal will just be fixing the freaking base, because it is... My base is hard to work with because everything is everywhere. Nothing makes sense where it is. And it just really should have been done in a more reasonable manner. So, that's what the goal will be. Fixing it all. Jeez, there's a lot of this farm soil. Alright, let's fix it all up and finish the page. Fix it all up and finish the page. Fix it all up and finish the page. Fix it up and finish the page. We will fix it up, fix it up, fix it up. Alright. Yeah. It'll be really nice when everything finally looks reasonably set up. I think one of the other things that I might do, yeah, I think I might end up... Ooh, yeah, I don't think I'm like... let's get more stuff working. I just had an idea which I want to fix. Let's make some more. I got a lot of ideas. Alright. Alright. We're almost finished cleaning up my frickin' farm plot. And I think the other thing that I want to do is I'm gonna need to move a lot of things, so I'm gonna need to make some houses. So I think it's about time we come upstairs. Perfect. Some coal powder, and then I need to go find the it's the thing on the other side. I do think I'll probably keep a couple of people living in this building, but definitely not everybody. Okay, so now I want Enshrouded oil. So we're gonna add in... We'll make it getting all 3, so we'll at least be able to get, let's see, 5, 3... So wait, this requires 3 each. I'm able to make 3 of 5. I can make 5 huge chests. With this. So I make 5 huge chests. Alright, that'll be pretty good. Perfect. I'm pretty okay with that. I do need to figure out a lot more stuff, so let's quickly sleep. Wait, it's apparently morning. Perfect. Okay. I'm gonna go try to dump some stuff in some chests real quick. At least some stuff fits. I do think I'll upgrade my tools at this point. Perfect. Okay. So, I do think I need to decide, I believe 40 is huge chests, or is... Do I have a huge chest somewhere? That's 24, 32, 40, 40. These are all 40. That looks like the huge chest. 56. 1, 2... Yes. Okay. So, huge chests will be great for resources, and then I can make use of my ones that are 40 for outfits. And then I also need to, I think I'll put, like, displays of some tools and stuff as well, which will be really nice. Okay. So, let's quickly try to do that. The other thing I'll try to do is create things like, this is, I believe, a 3-wide base, right? One... Is it? This might be one... How big is this? Okay, door frame. Okay. So wait, that is a double. Right, so that is a double. That is... 1, 2, plus half. Okay. So this is actually pretty good. I like the size of that, actually. That'll be good. Let me see. What all types of blocks do I have available? I have fancy stone. I'm gonna pull in some fancy stone, hollow halls. Look at how the well blocks look. I don't know how regular stone blocks. I know how city wall ones look. Desert well, we'll take a look at. Mixed sandstone. High polished. Limestone's another one that I've not seen. Obsidian is an interesting one to go with. Polished granite. And desert temple. Okay. So now what I want to do is just simply do this. I'm going to come over here. We're going to go. What does it look like? Okay. So that's pretty interesting. Remove. I don't have enough for that, but I can get the same look through this. Okay. I mean, this is fancy stone blocks. I mean, they don't look bad. I'm not so happy with fancy stone blocks. Hollow. What is the hollow, hollow looks like? I kind of like the borders of the hollow, but... Not great. Not as happy with these. How do they look as stairs? Now, I do like the Hollow's blocks as stairs. How about the well blocks? How do these look? I mean, they're not bad. In terms of walls. I do like the stairs a bit, but I don't know about those. Regular stone. How does regular stone blocks look? Damn. Doesn't look that bad. Let's see. You know what? Regular stone isn't that bad. It's not the greatest, though. Desert city wall. Let's see. Not half bad. They still all follow the same sort of edge. But it's not bad. There's high polished stone. Ooh, okay. So, high polished stone walls, they're nice. I do like that look. I do like the high polished stone. I especially like the high polished stone floors, especially for areas that would be for, like, cooking stuff. Let's see. Let's see. How does granite look? I actually kind of like granite. Granite's a nice dark. I definitely like the floor for granite. The floor looks kind of like, somewhat like I forgot what kind of floor this was. This was, I believe, city floor. I think that looks pretty good. I am just now realizing that I have no, look of the underside of these blocks. Desert temple. How about obsidian? Obsidian's pretty darn, flat. Ooh, that is beautiful. I do like that look. I do like that kind of color. The edges look very well done. Let's see. Do I have any others that I haven't made yet? I know usually I collect them, but I don't know. Rough sandstone. I don't know if I've got rough sandstone. Oh, I don't have any of the conifer wood ones. I also don't have any of the palm wood. Fuck, so I need palm wood and that. What is this one? Ooh, desert shingle. That one requires some lapis lazuli. There's the granite ornamented roof. That is expensive. Snow lantern. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Those definitely look pretty cool. I definitely want to get a couple of these. Um, Regular sandstone. Do I have the fancy stone blocks? I think I do. Which ones are the fancy stone? High polished, lime, mixed. Right, it's that one. Obsidian limestone, high polished. Fancy stone. I mean, the only thing fancy about the fancy stone is that, I do like the regular stone. Yeah, I do like the regular stone for if I do like stone walls. I definitely like that, though. I think the darker stone of the other stuff is going to look a little better in most circumstances. This definitely has a nice high polished stone, though. I like this as well. Okay. I definitely think I'm gonna go make some of these other ones, though. What is the obsidian? Ooh. The obsidian blocks are really expensive. And with bronze. Polished granite. Do I have the polished version of the granite? I do have the polished. Okay. So I have a lot of the polished, but I don't have any of the standard, do I? Or do I and I just skip them? Rough cut. No, I don't have much of the polished. Okay. So we're just gonna put these back in here. I definitely think I'm likely to go with the regular stone blocks. I don't know if I don't like the highly polished as much because it's. Oh wait, what's the difference between the regular stone and the polished? I'll have to look at both of those. I'm gonna grab the regular stone and the highly polished, and I'm gonna put both of them next to each other. So we'll do regular stone, highly polished stone. Okay, so the polished is a bit whiter. Okay. It's not that bad, though I do like the um regular for what I've got right now. But it does look good, so I'm happy with this. There'll be a lot to work on, but I definitely think I can make some pretty good stuff here. I do need to quickly I need to go. Where is the Kindle Wastes again? And it's Nomad Island. You are the Kindle Wastes. So I need to go over to the Kindle Wastes. We're gonna go over to an area that I can move around more freely. Goodbye, bot. There they go. Alright, so I want to end up. I want to set the waypoint there just so that I can get over there. Alright, let's go. Jumped in completely the wrong direction, but that's fine. I need to go over here, find some of those mushroomy trees, cut them down. Perfect. I need about, I don't know, decent chunk of this. It's 5 per, so I'm gonna want at least another 15 to 20 minimum of the brittle shroud flakes. Good. Luckily enough, there's a lot of these that I can get, so it shouldn't take me very long to get. Yeah, I'm gonna go chop down enough of this. How many do I want to get of this? We're at 22 now. There's enough of this for me to get, I don't know, 50 to 60 of these brittle shroud, and we'll go with that. Oh, these do drop brittle shroud as well. That's nice to know. Alright. Yeah, we're just gonna chop a couple of these down. It'll be fairly easy to get all the ones that we need. We just... That, I do need to, do a couple of checks for stuff, but I think it'll be good enough. It'll top this one, and then the one that you see in the background there. And then we'll probably just run, because I don't need too much of this. I will need to make a lot of goo, which could be a problem, but I think it'll be fine. Alright. So now we'll make our way over, back home. I do think one of the things that's going to be a bit of a problem, but also not in this, is going to be trying to get, what is it called? Right. And a good chunk of this problem. Alright, we're going to take the rest of this. I made way too much. That is not at all the right machine. I need some of you. And we're going to make... How much? One more? Yeah, so now we're gonna have 30, which should allow me to get 10 huge chests. Which means that I need... how many Shroud Nexuses do I already possess? I don't know. In order to find that out, the thing I'm looking to make... Oh. In order to find it out, I need to go B, Journal, Workshop. I have how many? I only have 5 Shroud Nexuses. So in order to what I want to make, I need to talk to you and make another 5 Shroud Nexi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. And then, what else do I need? I need huge chests, which means I need... For 10, I'm going to need 11 more iron bars, and I'm going to need a lot more wood planks and a lot more nails. So, I'm going to need to make more wood planks and more nails. So, for wood planks, I need a bit more. We'll go magic. We'll do times 10. Few times. I need like 100 more, so sure, that'll be enough. Perfect. Alright, so now I need some more nails, and then I need to make bulk chests. Where is the carpenter? Because I will need to save more of my chests, but it'll be fun. Where the frick is the carpenter? Is he in bed still? Nope, that's you. Where is my carpenter? There you are. You! These. Make however many you can right now. I can make 4 right now. I need to make more iron bars and more nails. Well, let's go try to make more iron bars. Change recipe, iron bars. We will do 40 coal. Holy shit. I mean, I only need to make it once, but holy shit. How much is the steel? You know what? I'm going to... How long do you take? You take 14 minutes. You're only 9. So I will deal with that first. Jeez, that's expensive on the coal front. Okay. I'm gonna go turn these into magic chests. You. Good. Now I need to go and, those don't look like they're building any new. How do I want to place these? I guess since I'm going to keep majority of this building together, right? I need to fix the roof on this. Yeah, I need to fix that roof. So where would be the best place to put a way down? I guess probably... Now that I think about it, what I could do is... If I widen this front to the edge of that pole... Yeah, if I widen this front, making it equidistant, or close to equidistant, just move it out basically another half block each direction. Then what I can do is I can either go inside, go in and down, and then I can hollow out underneath this main hallway to kind of be my main storage area. could also, in theory, do similar to the sides down here and go underneath these outcropping areas. But I think for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up top. G or B, we want to place all of these. And then we're just going to move resources into here. So, no matter what it is, we're just going to move it all in there. So, we'll first work on these. We want Shift R. We're going to throw in the runes as well. There we go. And we're just going to do this a couple of times. There we go. And then what I can do is I can F to pick up, or E to pick up this medium magic, and I'm just going to place the medium magic right there. Shift R. All of what I have in my inventory. And now I can do the things that I want to do, which is go to a chest, here, F, go, next chest, F. And then dump R. R. And then what I can do is I can also use some of these for different weapons, deciding which ones I actually want and keeping more or less one of everything. Okay. Good. Huge magic chest. I think the other thing I might do is I might reduce some of my other chests, depending on the items. So, I don't know, taking chests like these, like the small magics. That's a medium magic, so I'm going to move the small magic here. How many small magic chests do I possess? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 small magic chests. Definitely do quite a bit with that. And yeah, I can do a lot with it. E, R, E, R. And we're just going to continue to condense. Eventually we'll sort everything out and put it in chests in a more reasonable manner. But for now, I just need... I do think I might try to take weapons and put them all in the small magic chests. I don't think I'll necessarily sort them, but I'll definitely shove them all in the small magics. So, come through these and just take weapons. So, F. Weapon, 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 weapon. I won't go old tools, but I will take all weapons. There we go. E. Weapons. I have way too many of each type. I need to handle this in a reasonable manner. There's also so many different kinds of weapons that I do think I might just have to make a decision on which ones I want to keep and... Okay. There we go. What we'll do now is we'll take another one, the meat chest. Oh, got it. Good. Almost 3 different chests. Make sure that's full. Make sure that's full. This. Shift. F. Make sure that I take all these. Good. And then make sure that's stored in there. Perfect. Okay. And then we just come over here, take up the rest of these small chests. May even need to take freaking medium chests. Come on. There we go. Let me pick it up. I will take this. And then we will pick up these 2 chests. Good. Is that it for the... I think that might be it for the smalls. Oh, wait. No, I've got 1 more small chest. And we will try my best to fit all of my weapons in it. Okay. So now we're going to go throw that there. We'll throw in the other weapon. Okay. And then we'll just place 1 more weapon. Okay, then we're gonna come up here. 56, 6, you. Dump as much as I can in that. Dump as much as I can in that. And now what I can do is just start clearing weapons chests. These all have 40. Jesus, I have way too many weapons. I need way more chests if I want to do that. Like, I have another... Okay. I need to figure out all of the different weapons that I've got, which ones I want to keep, and which ones are reasonable to ditch, because I have way too many weapons. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is take you. I'm gonna press T. I'm going to take this, pick up this small chest. We have nearly 8 small chests, and they're all just filled with weapons. Jesus. That's not including any other chests that might have weapons in them. Jeez. So many freaking things in the chests. Well, as it stands now, I've got roughly 8 chests worth of small items. I don't... Oh god. I threw in all my tools. That's not what I wanted. Okay. I had my bow, then we had our big weapon, then we had my, axe, then we'll put that there, right next to you, and then in the other one, we'll put, you there, the rake will be on the end, torch will be... We'll actually put that like that. These two will be 7. The fishing rod will go right here. And these can go right next to each other on the bottom. There we go. I'll just condense these better. There we go. Okay. Is that all of these? Good. Do I have any others of the large chest variety or... Like you. You. That one's empty. Good. We'll move all the stuff. Pick you up. Pick you up. I have a lot of these medium chests. This will also help me figure out just how many of each type of chest I possess. Because then I can also use that to determine what should go in each. I might very well end up putting all of my, yeah, I might end up putting all of my stuff basically in the same sized chests. So the large chests are perfect for other stuff. We'll put the larges over here. So large chests, perfect for this. We'll pick you up. So we'll put these... Warrior, Hawk, Adventurer, Hawk goes there, Adventurer goes there, the Mystic Hat Wizard chest, don't have any of those. Mystic pants, those there. Fowler chest. Archer chest, which I don't have any headgear for either. Adventurer's trousers, they go right down here. These wizard boots go here. Wanderer's boots are over here. Warrior gloves versus wizard gloves versus archer's boots. Right, that's the Fowler. Mystic. Fowler trousers. These are Fowler, right? Wizard pants. Where's the wizards? There's the wizards. Fowler boots. Warriors. Hawk. Hawk pants. Adventurer boots. Where the frick's the adventurer set? There it is. Adventurer gloves. There's the rest of the adventure set. Archer gloves. And Hawk. So I'm missing the Hawk boots. Right. Wizard. Fowler. Archer. That all looks right. Alright. So, we're gonna place you like this. E to pick up. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up another one over here. This one is entirely going to be for these. So Gravedigger, Royal, Hunter, Noble, Farmer, Flame Pack. We're going to set them up like this. So Noble is, yes, Noble pants. A Hunter headband. Royal is that one. Noble diadem. Farmer's hat. Flame packed hat. Flame packed pants. Farmer pants. Royal gloves. Noble's gloves. Flame packed. Noble. Farmer. Flame pack. Hunter. Oh, yeah, okay. Royal pants. We're going to put the royal on here. Gravedigger. Royal boots. Alright, where the... Oh, there it is. Hunter's boots. Now, I'm actually going to leave these 2 slots empty. And instead, I'm going to put the rest of these sets over here. So... the Mercenary. The Rising Fighter set. And then we're going to go over to the other chests, pick these up. Okay. And we'll also take these. That is a trophy. We'll leave that. But I do need all of these. I'm half tempted to look up where each of the stuff is. Like, if there's a spot that has some of the rest of these, so I can get either doubles or triples of some of these sets, because I'll be honest, some of these are great. We have Scholar of the Young Flame helmet. We have also the Fluffy set. Okay, so I need one more space in order to put the rest of the other set. So I will need one more of these, but I will be able to put the Radiant Guardian, Eagle Eye, Gloom Monarch, Elite Hollow, Spellbreaker, Gloom Monarch. That's Radiant. These are Elder. No, that's Eagle Eye. Wait, these are Elder Gloves. Elite Hollow, which is, I believe, this, right? Yes, Elite Hollow. Radiant Paladin. Good. Eagle Eye Helmet. Radiant Paladin Helm. Elite Hollow Gloves. Spellbreaker Pants. Spellbreaker Gloves. Eagle Eye Boots. Radiant Paladin Boots. So I'm missing the Radiant Paladin Gloves. Spellbreaker Boots. So wait. So I'm missing Gloom Monarch. A lot of the Gloom Monarch set. I really need to find the rest of these sets somewhere. Okay, let's go find some of the rest of these chests with everything else in it. I'm gonna go put you next to you. Scholar of the Empyrean, and then Siren Seeker. Alright. And these ones, I'll just start chucking everything in. Good. So these are medium chests. Boom, which means these get to go over with the rest of my mediums. So the mediums will go. Did I have any extra chests in here? I didn't throw any chests in there, did I? I did not. Oh god. Okay. Large. We got one more large. Alright. These are all full, right? Yeah, these are all full. Boom, one more medium, so... Okay. What I think I'm gonna do is I think I'm actually going to use 8 of each of the medium and the small. So I might use the medium to throw in certain components. I may also then I want to use the huge for larger resource dumps. I really need more huge. Let me grab more wood. Let's see. Where is the blacksmith so I can make a ton more screws? You're stuck in a corner. Screws, give me freaking shift space. Give me like another 120 screws. You. Oh, I need more iron bars. Those should hopefully be done soon. Iron bars. The last thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make steel bars. Dang it, I'm missing 10 coal. Fine. Then what we'll do is... You only have enough for another thing of silver. I might just make a batch of glass. Okay. Good. I think I should now be able to... Where to go?
Hello.
Yeah, I do think I'll probably redo the internal layout of this building. In the most part, just simply, maybe, rather than this being this wide, limiting, maybe, I might actually make this back end, this back room wider to allow for a area where this cuts in and or for these to go sideways up, maybe at the back end here. Yeah, so maybe switching these to being inside this big room. So you get walkways going up on either end. As well as maybe, I don't know, I might do some changes. I need to find some stuff though. First though, where the frick is my is he in his room? I believe it's this one. Is this where he is? No. Kate Hawthorne. That is his bed. Is he upstairs? Is Kate Hawthorne upstairs? I have no idea where my, there's a goat in here. Please leave me alone, goats. You're annoying. Where is the dude? I have no idea where the dude ended up. Where is my guy? Is he outside? I don't think he has permissions to walk this far. Where's the dude? I have absolutely no idea where the guy is. That's really annoying. How did you end up back there? How did he end up over there? I think he managed to somehow end up under the stairs. So I'm going to quickly fast travel away and then fast travel back and hope that he gets himself unstuck from under my stairs. Nope, he's still stuck under the stairs. There we go. Somehow I managed to get more of these. Somehow. There you are. So I have 6 more, so I need to make 1. I am now out of Enshrouded oil, but there should have been more being made. Wrong direction. Perfect. Okay. Where is he? So let's make some more of these. I need 1 more. 1 more, which means I just need to go grab 1 more patch of wood plank. And that's enough wood planks more, so this should hopefully be enough now that... There we go. I don't really want to make... I could make 1 more Shroud Nexus. You know what? Shh. How many of these chests do I have right now? I have 6 in my inventory, plus how many outside? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll make the 1 more, so I have a flat 12. You... I just need to make 1 more Shroud Nexus from you, and then he should be good to make that. How much longer? I need a bit more, but we'll be able to get that done. We'll then have plenty of, plenty of huge chests. Okay. Alright. There we are. So now I have plenty enough of huge chests. 1 of these I should be able to just shift. Right. I need you in the right location to be able to shift R. There we go. Alright. And then I just place. I will have plenty enough chests now to actually place everything somewhat reasonably. And this will allow me to hopefully create a more sensible building amount. Now I get to go do the other bit. How long will this take? It'll take long enough. Alright. I've been playing now for probably about an hour. These aren't going to grow further, so time to chop. These are all conifers, so let's see. Can I chop 2 at once? I did manage to get it, yes. Hey, I'm getting 2 at once. Yay. Okay. I will have plenty of conifer logs to make all the boreal stuff I want. Good. I should also do similar things with palm for, wherever I want, light accents. Good. Alright. No! God, I was able to continue with the, Perfect! Okay, so I got 260 conifers. Alright. The last thing I'm gonna do... Oh, I'm so happy they did this! I don't know what the Shroud Flare is, so that's fun. I want... Nomad Highland Slender. Are those the ones that drop Palm? Which one drops Palm? I'm going to assume that it's the broad tree seedlings. I'm gonna grab the broad tree seedlings. Okay, and we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that'll be 30 of these. Perfect. You only have 12. It'll be a little bit longer still before I can make my last one of these. But then we will have plenty of storage space available. I think the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go quickly. Okay. Boom. Okay. So, yeah, I think what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to go quickly grab my... Oh. We're going to take this. And I'm going to smoothen this area out. Good. We'll just smoothen this all out. Hey. All right. I want mostly ineffectives. All right. All right. We're filling in certain areas. Yeah. So I think what I'm gonna end up doing is I think I'm going to end up using All right. So I think yeah, what I'm gonna end up doing is I'm probably going to end up. Well, that's interesting. Yeah. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably do things like building like a house kind of over here. These will be smaller, and this will be kind of the prominent building, and then maybe building along the path, maybe up here, a gatehouse kind of thing. Because I do like my building. I think it looks good, and I think I should be able to make everything else look pretty good too. Good. We'll just try to finish dealing with this. Yeah. We'll just try to finish cleaning up most of the mess. Because the other bit is also dropping it down by a block and creating some areas. I think the other thing I'll do is I'll probably yeah. All right. There we go. I think this is pretty decent. Where would it be? I definitely think I'll want to do things like adding like a tower or two, but probably not to this building. And I also think I might, well, no. I like the look of this. I definitely think I'm going to widen the back end to meet this. So widen it, basically do the roof. Um, Maybe just have that roof continue going straight across. Widen the roof a bit, do that. That'll be that for this building. I do need to clean up pretty much all of these. I'm gonna go pick up all my yaks. Deal with all the yaks. Uh, there we go. One baby yak. The big animal pillows. I need to pick these up. And yeah, what I think I'll do is just try to more or less expand from what I have now. So I think probably creating more of an area. I don't need 4 of the goat feeders. I only need the 1 goat feeder. Oh, don't pet the goats. Dang it. Alright. Yeah, picking up all the goats, fixing everything, picking up all my goats, picking up their beds. I still have no idea what to do with the milk. Alright. There we are. There we go. So now that I've got all my goats picked up, I'm gonna go throw them in. Throw all of them in there, and then I'm just gonna come over to these. Throw these in the stack. Good. Now there's plenty of this. We'll stop that. Take these out of here. I'm gonna pick up the table saw. Craft and repair, and pick up this. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll move these up here. Good. We're gonna go to bed. Actually, first, I'm gonna go find... He should be in his bed. I should be able to make... Where'd he go? If the dude's not down there, where is he? Why are you sleeping on the floor? You all have beds. There we go. My final large or huge magic chest. I now have a lot of chests, so I can actually do a lot of work. And now, unfortunately, I do think I'm gonna end up having to, yeah, I do think I'm probably gonna end up having to... I do think I'm gonna have to pick up and move a lot of this. I have a lot of honey. I'll just take all this. So we're gonna pick up my beehives. There we are. And yeah, I think... Alright. I think the other thing I'm gonna need to do... What is this? So these are all city wall blocks. These are all city wall blocks. So most of the floor is made out of city wall blocks. Believe I have a ton of them. I also need to remember to create some road blocks. So, where do I have my city Ah, city wall block. We'll also take the rough cut stone. And we'll keep the city wall. Okay. So, what I'm gonna do is simply do this. So this is one central block. This is half. We'll stop the snapping just so I can place this exactly how I want this. Perfect. Back to using snapping. And I think what we're gonna do is I do think I'm going to destroy the entire building to rebuild it. Which is going to suck, but I think it's going to be worthwhile. So then I can pull some of this a little bit further back. So I think the other thing we're gonna do is... So this is the one. Right? Because... Yeah. Perfect. That is snapping like I want it to. What I'll do is I'll build this out to this width and we'll fill in the holes. We'll just do that here. Alright, boom. And now I'm going to have to, I think, tear down this entire building. I don't know why everybody is freaking standing around like this. I'm gonna come out here. We're gonna move them all up here. We're gonna just... move their roaming. Perfect. Alt, the assistants, and then there's villagers. You... There we go. Crafts people, we're just going to move you guys over here for now while I finish fixing my building. Using new stuff. Okay. There we go. How do I... remove somebody? Hi. Can I remove you? Where can I move you to? Or can I remove you? Alt F1. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Fine, we'll just leave it like that. Last thing I'll do is I'll just simply make my way up. Because a good chunk of this just needs to be done. There's so much of this rough stone block under here. That's... Okay, we're just going to remove all of this. And... yeah. Unfortunately, I do have to get rid of all of my homes. I've unlocked 90% of everything, so most, if not everything that I'm going to want is done. And unfortunately, I just need to redesign the home. I like the home. I think it's a beautiful build. I love it a lot, but unfortunately, I need to fix a lot of it. Way too much of this build just needs to be moved, basically. I need to pull back the entire building by... I'm gonna say a good solid... yeah, I gotta remove the building, but a good solid, like... yeah, I gotta remove the building by a good solid 30. I need to move it backward by about 10 to 15 meters. I also need to work on getting more resources. A good chunk of this looks brilliant, but not enough of it is... way too much of it. Why are those... why is this... dang it. Alright, yeah, we're going to now work on just redesigning this whole building. There we go. I need to now... rough cut stone, just fill in the holes that I made. There we go. There we go. Perfect. So now that's all removed, so we get to go bigger zone. Remove all of this. I do like the stone shingles. I think I'm gonna keep them, but way too much of my building needs to be remade. The other nice bit will be that once all of this is removed, I can actually work on designing my base in a manner that allows me to expand upon the base shape without having to do this again. Because right now, what I need to do is I need to remove... Basically, the big problem right now is that my, yeah, basically just a matter that I built this over top of the other thing when I really shouldn't have. I built it on top of... let's get back down to ones so I can remove the... That all goes. And then we're just gonna remove all of the roof. Alright, this is gonna take me a bit, so... Yeah, we're just gonna remove the roof. Remove all the walls. The hardest part will be moving all of the component pieces outside of the building because, well... quite a lot of this is built... Alright, there we are. We'll... Way too much of this building was built in this manner of not caring. And I need way more resource gathered. Yeah, I should have cared way more when I built this. Alright, let's go. Okay. Yeah, too much of this building was built just without the forethought necessary to make it look good. I did pretty good, but I just didn't have the foresight when it came to the building to want to give myself more freedom. I didn't realize just how big each construction piece was going to be and how many machines I was going to need. So... Alright, let's move it all, alright, let's... That's really annoying. Oh, dang it. Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to finish this. I do like the main hall, but the main hall was just built way too small. I didn't think about just how big I wanted everything to be. Yeah, I just want to basically redesign my main hall, move it a little bit further backward. Benefit is, this shouldn't take very long to just remove. It's just unfortunate that I've got to remove it all. Okay. Alright, there's a couple of singles that I need to remove here and there. Good. But it'll be nice once I can get everything all wrapped and done in a manner that's going to work. A lot of this was designed well, but just executed poorly. Yeah, way too much of this build was just the basics, great. More than the basics, not so great. Alright, let's scrap it all. I'm just gonna get rid of everything on the second floor. The other thing that we're going to do is we're actually going to, plan where I'm going to have freaking, what are they called? Yeah, I'm gonna actually have, a plan for where I want certain things to end up. Way too much of this was not done with the plan of where everything was going to be at the end of it. So I'm going to plan, where I want to put things like these maps that I now know are in the game. Dang it, I fell. Okay, let's try to get rid of all this. And then I need to move away all of my stuff. Good, just wrap it all. I do think I can make some pretty good stuff. Apparently there was a bit of resin that landed somewhere up here that I just never got to. Alright, well, we'll be able to finish this soon enough. Okay. Nope, no, removing a U. Fine. We'll now move on to singles. Where we now just get rid of everything that's showing up that's left. Everything's singular. Perfect. Some random roof tiles I missed. Yeah, what I want to do also is I want to make some of the some of the different items that I want to potentially use. Some of the decoratives, like, granite, tables and stuff like that, and look and see just how much that actually gives. Yeah, and just look at how big these items are so I can make use of them better, because otherwise I'm not going to make use of things well. We are... Yeah, a lot of this just gets scrapped. Windows that were mangled slightly. But yeah, I do need to, like, decide, how do I like the window sizes? How big do I want them to be? Yeah, I think what I'll do is once I destroy to the foundation, I'll also be able to work on, plans. Where do I want staircases down? How big do I want the staircases to be going down? How big do I want the entire thing to be in the beginning? What are my maximums? What are my minimums? Things that I should have had when I started this project, but I didn't. Alright, yeah. So we'll be able to kind of plan a bit better. I do think I will probably get rid of the concept of this being solely a, Alright, so now given this, it's also time to start the process of picking up these fences. I do like the look of these. They're annoying to place, but I do like the look. No, do not sit down on these. Good. Yeah. So I do think I will, try to design a bit better. And I think I might also, design rooms to be a slight bit more cozy. rather than the large rooms. E to inspect. Pick that up. Yeah. All sorts of fun stuff we're gonna have to pick up out of this place, but it'll be good. We'll remove the torches, because that's the other thing we'll need. I'll need to figure out how to do lights better. These large polished cupboards. Alright, we'll deal with these later. We'll go back to the upstairs real quick. I do like the fine wooden fences. I'm definitely thinking I know a better way to put down these fine wooden fences. Maybe. Alright. Good. Yeah. It'll be quite a effort, but I think it'll be good. Oh boy. I need to also remember to pick up all the dogs and cats. And somehow get a good, solid string of food for a bowl. I do definitely like this, though I think when I do it the next time, I'm only going to go up maybe 1 or 2 rather than the full half. Because the full just looks a bit too much. I'll also try to make sure to give a little wider walkways, because these are just a bit bigger than I thought they would be. Good. All right. Pick them up. Pick these up. Pick these up. Pick it up. Pick it up. Okay, I can't even remember what I was trying to get these for. All sorts of stations. I've got 90%, I think, most of the stations I'm gonna need, so I can roughly plan now, but so many bricks. There we are. Here is... then there's the one other construction thing downstairs. So not to mention the masonry ones. I now have most of them on me. You know what, let's go pick up what remains. I don't have nearly enough for this. Alright, let's go try to throw as much of this into random chests as I can. So we're just going to dump as much as we can. Alright. And then we're just going to dump what we can into there. Yeah, that'll be fine. It is upsetting to have to scrap so much stuff, but... Oh, stop trying to inspect. Try to pick up. Come on, puppy. Good. Oh. There's still a goat. I don't know where you came from. I thought I picked up all the goats. Alright, so now we're just going to, yeah, we're gonna come over to here. Pick that one up. Good. Dog fellows. Good. I have one singular of those. Alright, so, yeah, I'm gonna probably put the singular armor away. So, put that in the armor chest, but I think I'll probably leave the other ones. And then, yeah, the other thing I'll do is I'll take him later once I deal with the police. Let me remove all my torches. I do like those guys, and I do think I've got a better place for them. So I'm going to plan for where I want to put the guards of the hall. Which is what I'll do with the guard of the north set. They will be the guards of the hall. Alright. All their beds will be probably changed as well. They will have very little of what they once had. I do also, I think what I might do is I might put some basic villagers in one location. You know, placing people in places. I do like the copper doors, but honestly, the ornate wooden beds look really good, but I think the boreal will look better. Okay. And now the last area to deal with. These, boom. And then I'm just gonna go. Oh wow, both of these are actually full width of armor suits. So I guess I must use this one for the other suit, the soldier set, which I like. One of the things that I want to do eventually is I want to make doubles of some of my sets. Alright. What else can I take? I can take these. I'm trying to decide what I want to actually leave in this chest versus what I want to take in this chest. I definitely want the smelter, the blast furnace. I want those in there. So many ornate beds. There we go. And then what we'll do is we'll just shove the rest in there. There we are. So we're gonna go grab the rest of this. And then we're going to go scavenge the rest of this building. Guard of the North. The only set so far for me to have grabbed my second of, but I do want to grab like 2 or 3 of every set. Alright, so now we're gonna go drop these sets off. The guard to the north. I do like the idea of making some, maybe getting another... Ooh. I could do 2 guard to the north with 1 of the soldier sets. I could do a lot with getting some of these sets and some of these guys. Let me put the mercenary helmet back. Alright, let's go finish the pulling down of everything else here. There we go. Yeah, because the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to actually create so much better of a system than what I have now. There we go. Alright. And then we'll, yeah, I do like a lot of these, but a lot of this just has to go. The other thing that I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna end up having to figure out which roofing I'm using later, and way too much of this just needs to go. Ow. Ow. Alright. Perfect. I can now finish scrapping the rest of this. There's seriously one that was misdone. Okay, but yeah, now we're just gonna finish scrapping all of this. There we go. Scrap it all. Ow. It's fine. Yeah. It'll be great when I finally get this done. I don't like, because of the way that I have to, I'm upgrading everything in terms of making now multiple buildings instead of just the singular. It's really unfortunate because by doing multiple buildings, that requires me now to scrap my current building, even though I like the design, for the pure and simple reason that in order to build next to this, yeah, by doing it in multiple buildings, it basically now requires that I scrap what I have here. Otherwise, I can't get everything I want out of everything. So now I gotta scrap this, push it backward a bit. Okay, good. Yeah, now I just have to basically do this. Yeah, just wrap all this. Move all these pillars. And then redo floor plans. Yeah, I'll probably even undo most of this floor, I'll be honest. Because a lot of this is both rough cut and that. The other thing I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to decide whether I want to stick using like a rough cut or whether I want to switch over to some of the other stones. Because I do have like rough cut and the other stones. The other thing is of course, you know, water and other things like that. Alright, let's... Because, yeah, I'm gonna need a lot of this. I need to basically now build up by 200 to 400. I might make a base 1,000 of every of the type of walls, as many as I can. Depending on how hard it is to get the resources for each of them. And then use that as a base, because, yeah, I'm gonna need... Just about went through all of this. And then we just do this, remove a good chunk of the floor, redo the floor. Alright, let's finish this off. Good. Alright. Take all this. Pick you up. And now we do the unfortunate bit of, I'm going to just remove all of the floor and we'll just redesign it all from the ground up. Can't even remove that because of the freaking stinking way this does it. Alright, yeah, we're gonna break down all of this. We'll figure it out where all this goes. Good. Oh, good. We're getting back today. Alright. So yeah, I think what I'm gonna have in the main building is I think I'm just going to have almost like a main hall. So it'll be like the decorative where I'll put like the heads. Which does mean I will probably need to go fight some of the other bosses again. That's fine. The idea will primarily just be... Yeah, just... Yeah, unfortunately, I can't remove this. But I can keep this here, and then I can decide how I want to build from here. I'll also probably try to make 1,000 of whatever I can make. And yeah, that'll be how we'll do this. We'll build up this. Alright. At the very least, I can get that. I do want to quickly... I'll probably look something up before we get started on the actual building portion of this. Because I will unfortunately be required to do a certain thing, unfortunately, which is, how do I get the ability to plant hardwood? Or can I plant hardwood? Oh, there's the last, animal. There we go. Okay, there we are. So we're gonna go just fill in the area again. Try to get it all nice and flat. You do this in one of two ways, but I'm gonna do it this way. Alright, now if I do this... and I do this... and more or less fix it. Now I just need to... there we go. This should now fix the hole. Okay. I'm just gonna kind of pull this around. And then we'll deal with the flattened land. There we are. Alright, we're just gonna kind of fill this in. Make sure that I get everything in. And yeah, we'll just kind of pull this into the edge over here. Alright. Either way. Pull this. Just kind of pull it this way a bit. Oh wait, no. This is the height I wanted to start from. Where is the height I wanted to start from? From this height. I don't know. It's hard to tell anymore because edges are so difficult to discern. I'm just trying to... Yeah, it's just hard to tell. Alright, good enough. Alright, so now I need to go do one thing, which is going to suck.
Hello.
Okay. Which mostly is going to be creating about 10 to 15 of each of these. Like, I don't know if I'll do full 10, but like, going to at least like conifer wood, we'll want at least... We'll start out with 1,000. I don't know if we'll do shroud wood, but we'll go with a bit of that as well. We'll get a good 500 shroud wood. We'll get a 500 more of that. Hardwood. I've not done anything with hardwood, but we'll make another 1,000 of that. Palm wood, I need to make about 1,000 of that. We have plenty of refined. We have plenty of rough stone. I don't know if I want any mycelium overgrowth, so I'll leave that alone. But limestone, we're going to get a lot of. Rough flintstone, I'm pretty sure I have some of that, but we'll, get myself, 1,000 of it as well. Hollow hulls block, I will grab what I can of it. We already have the rough cut. Fired brick. I mean, I'll make a bit of it as well. I have city wall. I don't know how much of the regular stone I have. I'll give myself, 1,000 more of it. Refined stone will make a bit more of it. I can't make more of it. I need more limestone for the fancy stone. Desert temple, I will make what I can of it. Desert city walls will make a bit more of it. Regular sandstone will make a handful of it. I polished granite and standard granite. So I need indigo. A bit. I also would probably take, I don't know, I'll make a handful of, we'll make 400 of that, and we'll make 400 more of that. So what do I need? I need limestone and indigo. Yeah, limestone and indigo, I guess. Perfect. So here's what we're gonna do. I am going to go floor. I don't know if I want rough cut. I probably would want one of the stone. I have plenty of city wall. Don't know. I don't think I'd do red marble. polished granite. Honestly, I think the standard granite block looks pretty good for flooring. I'd probably go a full 3x3. So I want to just try to design something around this and see what it looks like. Replacing certain things with different colors to see how it looks. Such as using this. Like adding a actually, it'd probably be still using granite. Floor. Turn on snapping just so I can do 2 half. So this would go with the 2, and then if I was to obsidian, not using snapping. Let's see. I'm gonna need way more of the polished granite to even make this little test bed, so... There we go. So if we do this, use snapping, half block over, half block over. I would use this as sort of my central pillar area, so doing this. I did not do this right. And then I would continue you another 2 forward. There we go. And this one is also not freaking in the right location. There we go. And then I'm going to use this. Oddly enough, that works. One. Half block over. Yeah, that is actually right, because it's that full block over. It's just an odd thing to see. We'll turn off snapping. And then we'll do this. I want to see whether this looks good as a kind of path border. Or whether it'd be better to do the border out of the red marble. Both would be a pain in the rear end to get a lot of. Though I could get the red marble out of the quarry. Both are, however, just super rare for me, and so I don't want to use up a lot of it. Honestly, It doesn't look half bad. Let's see. What would it be like if I was to add in another border of polished granite? What would that look like? Okay, good. It only removes the one that I wanted. There we go. So that would give me a curve a bit. Alright. I kind of like that. I actually really like that. So with the floor of that, with a border piece... Yeah, I actually kind of like that. That looks pretty good. It gives me a border of this blue. I like that. That looks really nice. So we'll stick with this. I will need a lot more polished and a lot more regular, but for walkways, I think this is near perfect. And we'll, boom. I like that. That looks really good. And then we will, of course, I think, which do I want to use as the floor? Ooh, conifer looks really good. Shroudwood could be an interesting one. Oh, I forgot to throw, the polished granite plate on this side. Boom. Okay. I like that. I think that looks pretty good. This does, however, mean that I am going to need quite a lot of the other stuff. Uh, the limestone is too bright. How does refined stone look? Oh, let me fix this real quick. There we go. Now it's all nice and even. I will need more granite, but I also need to figure out how I want to set up. Oh, wait, no. There we go. Now that's an even surface. Okay. Regular stone. If I was to use a edge plate of regular stone, there you go. So if I was to use an edge plate of regular stone, this would... I actually like the regular stone block look. I do think maybe if I do this, which one? Too long. But as long as I can keep that, I might be able to add in... Maybe. Maybe. Because then if I use the foundations... I use these for now. Maybe? I don't know. The part of this that's hard is that this is... I think I might take the full distance of another twofer, so that would go... Okay. So now I've got that on either side, this running up. Actually, you know what? I can make this work well. Because now, what I can do is I can quickly use up even these highly polished. The highly polished could do pretty good as a border piece. Because I'd want an entrance, right? So I did like a snapping or... How does highly polished look? It'd actually want to be a full door, so... I would have to, I'd actually want to first use... Yeah, let's see. If I did a... highly polished... Highly polished... with an extra... Right, so is that the right height? One too high. But it's really should be sufficient. I put that there. Is that the right height for a double door? Let's go grab a double door real quick and we'll test it. Are my double doors? Don't know if I like how contrasty this is. Ah. So, I would actually need that to be one higher. Okay. If I want to use, I was using the refined stone, right? No. This was this was, I think, polished. Wherever this is located. Ah, there it is. Highly polished. Not the highly polished. Which one was this? Oh, was it the refined? Yes, this is the the refined stone is this one. Now if I use that, I can now not the desert, but the highly polished. Not using snapping. And then, of course, using a bit of that highly Actually, you know what? How would sandstone look? No, don't like the sandstone. Polished granite would be an interesting one. Because that's really dark. Polished granite's not bad, I guess. I really... isn't half bad, actually. Here's the one. The refined would be... Okay, so if I end up doing something, let's say... Oh wait, this is not the right one. This is the regular, not the refined stone. This is the regular stone. Hmm. And if I end up... Maybe. Oh. The fired is an interesting one. The regular will just... We'll go back a singular full block. Do one more fully out. So we want to go back to 1. How many extra wide was that? 1, 2. It was 3 extra wide. Actually, I have an idea, which might actually look pretty cool. Do I wanna... Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. So I'm actually gonna get rid of all of what I just placed. Because what I think I'm gonna do is, I wanna make use of water. I do like this. I do like the kind of up to the steps thing. I like that lead up, but I think I might pull it back another 2 or 3. And then what I'll do is create a 1 or 2 meter wide channels that'll run over here. So what I'll do is if I just run the 2 meters. Wait, do these not get rid of dirt anymore? Oh no, I'm using the wrong one. That's why. So what I'll do is I'll use a channel like this, put the water, and then have water flowing like that across on either side with the 1 meter channel. Is there an undo? Undo build action. There we go. Perfect. And then, yeah, what I'll do is I'll just... And I'm going to get rid of all this, so... I like this idea, and I think I can make it look really good. Alright. So we'll make sure that I get what I need. We'll use... And then we'll, yeah, so what I'll do is I am now going to go Where is the... I need more granite. I'm gonna need a lot more granite, actually. Granite blocks. Make the 400 more that I can afford, but I'm gonna need a lot more granite to do this right. So we're gonna go back another 2. There we go. And then I do have a decent amount of the polished granite. So we'll yeah. Yeah. So then what we'll do is we'll just grab this X just to make sure that I can get the right placement of you. Perfect. I have not used water much, but this will make the water look really good. There we are. And then we need to go all the way up to the polished granite. Boom. Boom. Okay. And so now, what I want to do is that I might actually... I think I'm going to save that from the ground, maybe? And I think I'm going to use the polished to go width-wise. And then I'll snip these 2 so we've got our longer steps. And then what I can do, if I just move these by 2 blocks, it keeps the color a bit better, provides a border, and then I can add in my and boom, there we are. And now what I can do is... Whoops. I'll just use this. Yeah, so we're gonna use you. And then I am just going to use sandstone to pull this. So we'll just use that. This will help me keep my colors and everything else fully done. There we are. Really That's annoying. Alright, and then what I'll do is I think I might use... what I'm going to do now is I think I'm going to actually... which one? The Desert City wall might be pretty good for this, actually. Maybe... Ooh, I actually have a lot of the Hollow Halls blocked. Maybe limestone, actually. I'm gonna try it with the limestone and see how it looks. What was the... Oh, Q was shift forward. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll use this as my outer wall, or my back wall. Do that on both sides. And then I will add in another element on the other side. This might very well look really good. This also helps bring up some lighter colors. And will allow me to use, the other thing, that might be good for a very... Maybe the regular sandstone? Ooh. That actually kind of looks pretty cool. So we'll go with the regular sandstone for this. And then I can do this. And then go back up to the rough sandstone. Perfect. And then I can now do this. And then go over to the polished granite. And then do basically one other. Capping that off with some polished granite to finish the line. And then I would need some form of grading there, but I can now connect this until you get your walkway, and then this could entirely be coated in water. I do think I have one water dispenser, so I'll probably try to use it. Let me first, though, move back to the standard sandstone for the floor. And we'll see how it looks. And then the rough sandstone for this. And then we need this. I will need a lot more materials to build this, but I think it looks really good so far, so I'm going to keep doing this so far. Then I need to swap back over to the polished granite. Alright. I think we're doing pretty good with this build. So now what I'm going to do is, I believe, somewhere in one of these chests,
hello,
I possess a faucet piece. And one of these possesses a there it is, water dispenser. I'll just place this for now, but how does this... Ooh. I actually like that a lot, especially with the sandstone there. It kind of gives it a pop of color that really brings the eye's attention to it. And so I think one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to basically repeat this across, go under here, and basically use this technique to create sort of a big square under here. So if I just quickly do this, tab, I want to go with the full block. Alright, and I just, let's say, use the rough cut block. Do this. That's one block across. So I'll do one more of these. Blocked out. Okay. Now I'm going to try my best to make sure that this goes all the way across. There we are. Okay. I completely missed the one that was supposed to go where I wanted it to. Uh-oh. I put this in the wrong spots ever so slightly. Alright, let's fix this. There we are. Luckily, it won't be seen. I just want to have a more or less proper line. Perfect. Now I want to make sure to let's try to keep this line. Okay, we'll just extend this one by 2 as well. Uh-oh. Dang it. I misplaced so many of these. It was meant to be this position. I mean, it doesn't matter as much because of the fact that I do have the extra building area, but like I massively misplaced all of these. Okay. Did I at least get this one in the right position? No, I've managed to do that wrong. For every single one of these. I've somehow managed to miss one of the most important parts of the build there. There we are. Okay. Oh well. Uh-oh. There we go. I now have the ability to, put things where I want them to be. Perfect. May not be the prettiest under here, but let me quickly where is my terrain pieces? I would rather not use that. Where's my regular dirt? I have roadblocks. I want dirt. Where's dirt? I know I should have Springland's dirt somewhere. Ah, Springland's dirt. There we go. There we are. Perfect. There we go. Uh-oh. I don't know what I did, but I don't want to do it. Alright. And then I need to finish the rest of this. So, place you. Okay. There we are. We now have a successful thing. Now I just need to line the ground with, limestone. Nope, that's not right. That doesn't look right. What? It's not the limestone. Which one was it? Rough sandstone. That's what I used. Wait, no, it wasn't. It was the regular sandstone, I believe. No, please stop doing that. First person should help me. There we go. This is a lot more annoying to try to do. Please stop. Oh, come on. Okay, let me deal with the drain real quick so I can actually build this. Alright. Remove water. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. No. No. Let me place it where I want it to be, please. There we go. So that's that end. Then I need to kind of come over here. I think we'll go this line. Perfect. So now I need to go under at the line I was at, which is that one. And then need to end up making all of this. Stop crouching, you idiot. Perfect. Okay. I cannot believe I'm using this much freaking sandstone for this. What? Oh. These are in the wrong position. Okay. My bad. These need to be over just the one. Because this is where that wall is going to be. Wait. Nope. This is right. I have this right. How many is in the middle, right? This is how many blocks? Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. That is the right on the other side, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Okay. I need more of the regular sandstone. Okay, so I need more regular sandstone. What is regular sandstone? That's refined. I need the regular stuff. Regular sandstone blocks. Yes. I need about 200 more of it. Because it was the rough stuff that was the walls, and then the regular that was this, apparently. Boom. I guess it doesn't really matter exactly how I place these because is that right? Should extend just 2 beyond. I believe it is. Good. Perfect. This is a lot of work for a whole lot of not much, but I like this, so we're doing it anyway. Alright, now... did I get the other one on the other side as well? Yes, so now I just need... I believe it's the rough sandstone, which makes up the walls. So now we just do this. Uh-oh, I have misaligned the floor. That's annoying. There we go. The floor is now fixed. Because at that corner should be where this does it. That leaves me the proper width. Yes. Good. Rough sandstone. There we are. Wait a second. No, these weren't rough sandstone. What was this? Limestone. Oh. How did I make that error? The walls are supposed to be limestone. Where's limestone? How did I manage to make that error? None of the walls are right. I somehow managed to get an error on all of the walls. On all but 2 of the walls, I made the error that these were not... They're not meant to be rough sandstone. These are all meant to be frickin'... I somehow managed to do that for every wall. These are rough. They're limestone, not sandstone. I don't know how I made that error. Good. Right? Yes. So right along this wall. Good. And then we rotate. Okay, and then this is... Wait, not quite. Yeah, so that's... I think this should be all four. Right, so if I go... This should still be four. 1, 2, 3. No, what did I do wrong? I put this one too close. Okay. One further out. Okay, and then we just fix that with... The floor is the rough sandstone, right? No. This is regular sandstone. There we are. And I put this one too close. Where's my limestone at? There we are. The 2 further. Exactly where I need this to be. And I'll remove all of these connecting ones because I put them wrong. And I'll restart it from the other side. So let me get back to my regular sandstone. So this was where I was meant to put that. It's hard to tell because I had placed the walls first. Okay, and then if I go back up to my limestone, So this is the inline. Should fit. Okay. Please stop destroying the freaking wall I need. There we go. Now this wall is on the right positioning. There we are. I freaking really didn't place a lot of this in the right locations, but wait a second. No, this is meant to go right here. Alright, I'm just going to clear this out. Apparently I did not put this in the right location. I don't know how I somehow managed not to build most of this in the right location, but yeah, somehow I managed to put a lot of this not in the right location. Luckily I was able to figure that out, but that could have been bad. Oh, this also is one short, apparently. Yeah, apparently I need to, fix. And then we'll just come over to the other side, make sure that my lines line up. Perfect. There we are. Perfect. And then this needs to line up the wall on this side. I love how I'm spending 90% of my time just fixing this one area. And not even an area most people are gonna end up seeing, but I want to make sure that it's freaking done right. But yeah, I really messed up on a lot of my calculations in terms of spacing. What? These are meant to be one further over. No, stop doing the... Stop wrecking the floor. Put that in the wrong position. Keep doing this. This is supposed to be right here. Yeah, there we are. Apparently this was extremely difficult, and now this is going to require me to replace a lot of the floor pieces. I really should have did the floor before I did the walls before I did the floor, apparently. I'm probably going to destroy most of the floor just so I can do this right. Get all the lines lined up. There we are. These are meant to go 2 out of the wall. That's the 1. Two, right? That is... Yeah, these are, in fact, 2 out from the wall. There we are. Sure that all the areas are lining up. Alright. Okay. Is that right? That looks right. I really hate trying to build this under here. I probably should have excavated this first, but that's fine. Okay. Apparently I'm gonna need a way more limestone block than I thought I was going to as well. Pretty bad at deciding just how much I need of anything, apparently. I need more limestone. Alright. Okay. I'm gonna go get my polished granite. We'll just continue these the 2 blocks further. I really hate trying to find where this... There we are. 2 blocks further. Boom. We'll just finish adding the lip. There we are. 2 further. 2 further. This is great. I like this. It looks good. God, it uses up way too many things. And I need to go grab more limestone, which sucks. Apparently I put this way too far. Good. I need to fix how far everything went. Okay. Okay. Let's go do all the rest of this. The other thing I think I'm gonna do is I think I might end up putting a yeah, I might end up pulling the front of the building out a little bit further here to provide a small overhang. Just because I think it'll look good, but... yeah, it'll be really cool. I just really don't like how I built this. It's gonna look awesome, but oh lord, is it a pain in the rear end to find. Okay. Okay. Ah, this took forever. Alright, let's finally finish the last little bit. And I'll fix part of it. I do need to redo some of it as well. Okay. So, if I now go... okay. Need to find the limestone block. There we go. I'll need to do that on this side too. I went one too far. Good. There we are. Alright. Did I end up going over anything else? Doesn't look like it, so... I'll just There we are. Oh. Okay. The final thing now is just escape from that. B, backpack. How full is it? Fairly full. I'm gonna go try to get limestone. Limestone, I believe, is from... I'm gonna fast travel here, because I think I can get limestone from over here. Alright. Alright. Right, that's sand. That's sandstone. Okay, so this area is sandstone. Wait, was it? I think it was, not the Albi Summit. I think it's this area that provides the limestone. We'll need quite a lot of it, so... Alright, let's... Yep, this is limestone. Yeah, we're gonna go mine a good, solid amount of this. Alright. We're gonna use this, get some more limestone. Alright. And yeah, I'm actually pretty happy with the way that my base is looking. Alright, we're gonna go try to get, like, I don't know. Who knows how much we're gonna end up getting, but I'm gonna try to get a decent amount of limestone. That way I can actually make good use out of these systems. I'm very happy with the way that I've been able to conduct it. I'm very excited. Alright. Alright. Backpack full. I don't really want fine sand. I'll get rid of it. Also on regular sand. I'll get rid of it. But that should be plenty to get started back on building stuff. Back home. Alright. Oh yeah. Alright. Now let's go get more sandstone.
Hello.
So I need... I was using what? Refined limestone? Limestone blocks. That should be plenty enough limestone. Okay. And there we are. Alright, and then I am going to remove most of the floor once I finish putting these blocks in place. There we are. everything should be nice and square, which it all does look that way. Oh, I missed a section. Alright, and then I'm just gonna... There we go. Oh, there we are. Perfect. So now it does look as though I am roughly finished with the area for water. There we are. So now I just need to end up removing a lot of this floor piece. Okay. And these are all the regular sandstone. So I believe most of the rest of this area should be right made. Yes, this all looks right. So we'll just need regular sandstone where we'll finish, putting these pieces together properly. Why? Oh, excuse me. Oh, Lord. Okay. Alright, I should hopefully be able to finish this. This took way longer than I anticipated it to, but... Alright, I think it all looks good. So, there we are. And now, what I'm going to do is, I am going to bounce up here. And I can finally get started on finishing up some of the front of this building, which will be using a lot of the lighter things, like highly polished. I think I might also make use of some desert city walls, so I do think... Ooh. I... You not be above there so much? Oh, below. Okay. That might actually look really cool. Yeah. Okay. What I think I'm gonna do, actually, is I think I'm going to, I'm gonna get the limestone back, and I'm gonna go creating a wall. Whoops. I put that one too high, my bad. Go down one. There we go. And then I think what I'll do is I think I'm going to use... You know what? I think I might get... That's rough sandstone, I believe, is the block I'm using on the floor. Let's try to pick up a handful more of rough sandstone. Pick up 300 more rough. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Alright, so I'm going to go tab, rough sandstone. Okay, so we're just going to kind of carve out. I think we'll go that. So I believe this should be a full brick behind here. So if I did one, no, one, yeah, perfect. And then I'm gonna go use that on the other side. Uh-oh, oh. There we go. But I do now know how to effectively place this. These bolts should be the exact distance that I want them to be. And what I'll do is I'll do 2 of these. I don't know if I used rough sandstone or regular sandstone, but rough sandstone now. Alright, and then I am going to use Desert City Walls. To add a little channel right here. Because I think this will look really nice if I can make this look really good. And in this channel, and then we will use... We'll finish this off by capping it like this. And then I'm going to do this, so I am now, this should be the same height as that. Desert temple block. So what we're going to do is we're going to do 1 block behind this. We're going to make this the desert temple block. I like that. That is very pretty. Alright. I need you. Just to kind of finish that off. Perfect. Alright, and then what I'll do is I'm going to use these walls. There we are. I'm going to use these walls. I think this is good. Oh, these are not equidistant. There we are. Actually, I want to move that and remove that if these are not right. There we are. And then what I'm going to do is I think... I kind of want to use... Oh, what is the block I want to use for this? how does the fired brick floor look? I would actually want to use the larger of platforms to hopefully get this right. If I get this right. Dang it, these are not going to split it in the right place. So, no. Dang it. I'm gonna have to frickin' if I want this to go in the right location, I'd have to use frickin' one of these. There we go. Alright, that's not half bad, actually. You're gonna come up here. I actually kind of like that. That looks pretty good for a nice, clean floor. And I can now actually build up my build from this position. This as a main hall, so you've got your entryway. I'm gonna go back another half block just so I can go back the proper distance before widening the building to the standard that I do, which is that. That's one block go out of that edge. Please tell me this is one block out from that edge. It is. Perfect. Okay. And so what I'm gonna do is, now that I get that, I am going to use palm wood block. Don't know about the palm wood. Conifer, I'm not so happy with that either. Limestone, I don't think it's gonna be limestone. How does polished granite look? Ooh. Polished granite might work. Maybe. What other options? High polished stone? Okay, if I do this, place down the door. I don't like that as much. If I'm gonna add the... I think what I'll do instead is, I think I want to save the door and actually put the door closer to maybe back there. So we'll, okay. Instead, I think what I might do is I might do a... Might run a pillar. How do you... nope, not there. So it's right on the edge, right along where that kind of balance is. You know what? The rough sandstone doesn't actually look half bad. Let's see. How does the desert city wall ones look? Yeah, I actually kind of like the desert city wall ones. So we'll probably go with those. We'll put these maybe... kind of once again in the corners. Well, actually, I think what I'm gonna do is... think what I might end up doing is I might end up, if I take the desert temple, use these halves, stop it from snapping so I could place it exact. That would go about here. Yeah. And then we would... would be right there. Whoop. There we are. Then I'll use that again here. Just perfect. Boom. Alright, I like that. Yeah, I kind of like that. And then what I'll do is I'll add in... I think what I'll do now is I'm going to want to add in a small channel within this section. So I'm going to need to... I think what I want to do is I want to have water flow down here, and then flow into this. Hidden, basically using a water dispenser up top here on a second layer. I think when it comes to the roof, I actually kind of like the idea of using these. Boom. Oh, I don't like that as much. That is off center and I don't like it. No matter what I do, it's going to be off center. I don't like that at all. I could do the rough flintstones. How do these look? Not a fan. The palmwood might be pretty nice. We'll see how the palmwood... I do this, You know what? That's not half bad. I don't mind the palm wood about it. Let's try to find my position. Yeah, and then what I wanted to do is just do this. We'll keep the palm wood. I'll move over to the half ones. We'll take that. That'll be there. I'll do that on the other side. Perfect. Can I jump up top here? I can. Perfect. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to use rough wood for all areas I can. So none of this should hopefully be seeable through the other end. This is just to try to get an idea on look. Good. Okay, so I'm just gonna use this for now. Well, I want to know how a certain look functions, so that. Okay. So where is the actual area that I want this to come out of? I'll probably use more direct. So about this 2x2 square. There we are. And then we will go, where is my palm wood? Okay. And then we'll just replicate this on the other side. Whoops. I can do it the same from down here. Please stay put. Where is the... palmwood. Oh, hey! Thank you. Oh, it's just someone promoting the Discord. I'm gonna hate that so much. Alright, so now I want to... Okay. How does this look? Are you joking me? Now I gotta deal with that? not working as I wanted it to. Okay, I think I might need to actually build the corner. God, I hate dealing with people who do that. Alright, let's try to, yes! If I do that on both sides... This is exactly what I wanted. I like this. This looks beautiful. If I can make that top area look as good as I want it to. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear to be, yeah. I might end up needing a second one just to make that exactly how I want it to, but I like this. Where we basically have the water flowing there, flows there, and then slowly works to try to fill this. I don't know whether... Yeah. I think the ground might do that, but... Yeah, I might try to do one thing real quick. I'm just gonna throw, let's say, rough wood. We'll just throw some rough wood barriers at the corners. And then I want to see whether that helps. And then I just want to see if this helps to actually fill this bottom area since it's no longer, yeah, since it's no longer trying to drain as much. I like this. Let's see. I believe that was... I might... Desert City Wall. I might just... move that in one. On either side, so just extend this by one. I really don't like trying to deal with trying to place these. Alright. Does that help this get filled? Or is it just too much for the one thing to fill? I think it might just be too much for one thing to fill. I might get a second just to try to help out, see if that helps. The other bit is I could have made this area a bit smaller and done that, but... Alright. Well, I'm gonna go, see who it was. You... Are you the one that uses... No, wait, no. I think it's him who uses it. Which one produces the water material? Is it you? Okay, now I'm annoyed. Which one does it? Shops. Was it not the carpenter? No, not. The alchemist? No. Farmer? No. I don't know which guy has the water tools. Wasn't the blacksmith? Was it? No. Not a hunter. No. Is it the bard? No, it's not the bard. Is it a workbench? Do I make it I make a workbench. Okay. I'm gonna go try to make that, alright. So, I am going to try to put down a second one of these to see if that helps. Or if these lose too much water. Okay, it looks like I am losing some of the water through the corners. Oh, but we are now getting water at the bottom of these. Sweet! At the very least, I'm getting water toward the edges. I just had an idea. Why don't I do this? I'm gonna quickly turn these off. Why don't I do this? If I... Where is it? Here. If I do this... Oh, shit. There we are. If I do that on both sides, right? So... Okay. And then I... Uh-oh. Okay. And then I want to also come back here. I would be looking for the... Where is it? The... Palmwood. There we go. Alright, and then I'll just try to make sure that I, do that. Alright. Alright, and then if I do this... This one is leaking, but this one's going at full pour. And at full pour, it's doing its job, but this one's leaking, apparently, on this side. Where is it leaking out of? Ah, I see a problem. See. If I do that on both sides... Now both of these are pouring. And our waterways are open. Alright. Oh, I love this look. I definitely want to keep this. I definitely want to keep this, because this looks awesome. Although... I assume that there are other leaks elsewhere in this system. Where maybe things aren't as they should be, because this is a lot less deep than this side. Why does it just stop? That somehow has gotten rid of the water. That's interesting. What happens if I had a block there? Okay. Huh. I don't know how to tell how these are. Alright, I think I'm going to close these up and see what I can do to possibly boost their, What happens if I put them all the way at the top, like this? That outputs way more water. Okay, and then we're gonna try that on this side as well. Raising these 2 high. These 1 high. That severely cuts back on the forward water. Although we have flooded, so I'm just gonna quickly remove water. That way I'm not flooded again, and I can really see how well this does. That's more what I wanted for water amounts. An amount that if I caught a fish, I could put the fish in here and the fish would be able to survive. I like this. Uh-oh. We are now overflowing on water. Okay, so I've figured out how to do it well. Now I need to, try to see, if I remove these, we'll remove the ones furthest. And then I do this. I do want to have the water build up, but I don't want it to build up to such an extent that we have a problem. Uh-oh. Oh, we've flooded again. Okay. This doesn't quite work how I want it to. This does now produce the amount of water I need. Let's try doing it 1 higher. And we'll see if that can produce the amount of water I need. That produced the amount of water needed to fill, but not overfill. Because the other thing I could do is if I just had an idea. I'm gonna go back up there and I'm gonna remove. I think I can still do this with 1. I just need to do this properly. Let's get up top. If I... Okay. Okay. Good. And then underneath, we'll just go back over to palmwood. this is entirely just testing, because I'd probably have the water do a little bit more than just this, but I just wanted to see how much I need to get the effect that I want. Remove water. Now, there's no water in our system, and there's no pipes dispensing water. Now, if I put this, like, I don't know, up top here, because I want it to dispense enough where it slows itself down in its own tank before it drops. So it needs to be able to output enough water while still being able to flow kind of like that. You know? Full flow to be able to build up water down here and fill this and work with whatever amount of water drainage this has. Yay! I can swim! Oh, we have already overfull, so that is more than I need. Okay. So we'll put that... We'll put it one high. And we'll remove the water. I also need to remove those. There we go. Alright. So the goal is just to try to get enough water to flow where it balances the refill rate. Because I want this to have water in it. What other things do I have for water management? Floor drain, wall drain, R. Okay, so I'm going to want a wall drain then. I will make 2 wall drains. So I'm gonna have the one, and then what I can do is I can drain any of the wall. If I just sneak the drain in here, drain the water above it. So actually, this would work fairly decent. Yeah, if I just put this... Yeah, I'm gonna put that there. I think by doing it on both sides, I'll be able to have the water filled to the brim, basically, and then not get high enough. There we are. Perfect. Okay. There we are. Perfect. So I'll be able to keep that. And I do like the way that that looks. The other thing I'd want to add is behind that, I would like to add, honestly, I'd probably want to go... Maybe go with a, not a limestone, maybe not the red, Uh, don't know about this. The idea would be to basically take a, yeah, it would be to take one of these. Uh, how does it look if I do this? Because that would be the wall, basically. Actually, I like that. Okay, and hopefully this will stop any spillage. Yeah, that looks like that's gonna stop spillage exactly how I want it to. There is, of course, the runnage over, but I'm gonna have to do some stuff with that. But yeah, I like the using of the dark to do that, so I think that's what I'm gonna do. Now I'm going to quickly fix this. Okay. So I would need it. I'm just gonna let that flow. It should still sit in here nice and flat. I would also like to quickly fix this by, there we go. There we go. There's no wall there. Perfect. Well balanced. I like this. Perfect. Okay. Now I'm just going to remove all the roofing stuff. Alright. Alright. So yeah, I can in theory then manage to build an entire system of waterways that would allow for what is essentially going to be a water will run down here into this and then overflow into this and allow for a very beautiful area. I will probably take a break shortly just so I can eat something. But I now have a proof of concept. And on top of proof of concept, I know how to build it. So all I gotta do is get everything set up. And then I will be able to do this. So, what I do think I will do, I do think I'm gonna remove these, and I do think I'm gonna put, I'll do the Desert City Wall one, we'll line it up with the actual block. think I'm gonna remove both of these. Grab the temple block. There we go. Then go back over to, I believe we were using the... Where is it? There it is. Hollow Halls. There we are. And we'll do this. Okay. So these should be lined up the same. Yes. Alright. And I kind of want to do this. Ooh. Don't know about that. I'll try it though. Because the idea here is just to simply use up what I can. Let's see. Let's find some more of these desert temple pieces. I like the idea here. I'll be able to use desert temple bricks, kind of like a skirt for the main building. It looks really good. Sure, and we'll go to that point. So we will line this up with the rest of it. I think this will work pretty well. So just line you up. Boom. Yeah, and I think this will work well because with this being like this, there we are. Perfect. And so now what I can do is if I go to, let's say we'll take a regular stone block and we'll say that is our instance. So perfect. I like that right there. That looks really good. Oh, we'll just do one further forward and then get rid of the back one. Boom. And then what I can do is I can use... which is the block I was going to use? It was polished granite. That's what it was. If I use polished granite, I can use that there. That there. I'd actually want to move you one further up. Perfect. And so now we'll turn back on this, R. R. Right, I think that does still bridge it. That is roughly where that ends. Yes. And then what I can do is I can go over to here. And you in position and you in position. I actually quite like this look. And then perfect. And these are desert city wall blocks, so if I just find them again. Using snapping, I can completely get you to lock to exactly where I want you to lock to. Oh, not quite. Almost where I wanted you to lock to. I want that to lock there. Boom. Perfect. Yeah, I think that will work. This will stick out, and what I'll do is wait, no. What I'll do is I'll just carve this corner off the wall. We'll go over to the other side, do the same thing. And what I can do now is if I go back to this. Actually, doing this right here, that actually kind of works in that corner. So actually, yeah, we'll do that. Boom, boom. And boom. This works pretty well. The regular stone block looks pretty good. And then what I can do is that I can use this as the point where I can also use I think what I'd want to use probably would be the rough cut stone. Using the half. Boom, boom, boom. I like that. That actually looks pretty good. And then when what I can do is I can kind of add that there, and then add that little bit of molding, rotate it, Stick it in place. Stick it in place. That does great for the inner side, and when I get to putting in the door, it'll work really well. I do, however, need to kind of snub these. There we are. Yeah. And so what I think I'll do is there'll be, yeah, I like this. That looks good to me. Alright. Oh god. Okay. I have been taking quite a bit. How do I want to make the rest of this look? Alright, what else could I do to make this look good? You know what, actually, I think I know exactly what I can kind of do to do this. If I take something like, let's say, the refined wood. Does that look good? No. Wood placing the desert temple block in between there. No. Yeah, I think that looks much better. And then what I can do is I can place that on both the top and the bottom. And that makes this look much sturdier. So now we've got two fairly sturdy blocks. Now, how do I want to make the rest of this building look? Because, right, this is meant to be sort of, not necessarily where everyone lives. Though that is pretty large. I don't know. I could do a dual tower. I actually kind of like the idea of a dual tower. With maybe a bridge that goes between the two towers. I do also like the idea of a small overhang. So I kind of like the idea of taking, those would be desert city walls. I would want them to be about like a proper brick built thing. I'd like it to yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll take these here. Good. And then I can take these pillars, line these up. Do that on both ends. There we are. I kind of like that. And then I can use this to kind of bring forward a roof. So now I can have a roof over there. So there'll be a kind of domed roof there. Because the other bit would be is that this way is going to be primarily that. And then at these corners would be other houses. So, in basically this corner being a 2-story that then leads up here, or at least a, 2-story. Similar on this end, and then maybe a farm a little towards the front, maybe dual split farm with other stuff. But how deep do I want this to be? Because the other thing I think I'm gonna do is let's see, how deep do I want this building to go? Because I do like the idea of switching over to a kind of switching over after the kind of entryway into a sort of stone base. But I wouldn't want it to be much further than this. Because if I want it to be a rectangle, right? Like, how much further could I go with it? Reasonably. I could go one more block. That leaves this being 5 total blocks long before it kind of splits into its other portion. This is huge. I don't know if it's that kind of huge. I might end up having to ditch some of this. Okay. Let's see. What would be the most reasonable way to split this room up? I'd probably want to double the wall. I'm gonna go quickly grab my rough stone half walls. Oh wait, no, these are not rough stone. These are rough cut stones. So make the rough cut stone wall if I do this, then what I can do is if I split this, I can then make this a grand total of that. How long would I want this opening to be? Right? Because this would leave... Because the grand total of this building is more or less the area where you'd have like a communal table, communal kitchen. You know, it's meant to be a good show-off spot. So, like, having 2 of the armor sets, like, situated basically on either side of this. Like, on either side of these stairs, maybe guarding the entrance, you know, just slightly in from there. Let's see. The table... If I do this right... I can do this. how far wide is that big enough for like the entrance? And my thought is you enter into sort of like a grand hall. Is this big enough to be sort of the grand hall? Don't know. What happens if I extend you by this and you by another of this? So, because I gotta keep in mind just how big I'm making things, because I tend to forget, and it never goes well for me when I forget just how big things can be. I like the idea of doing like these rough cut walls. Basically doing this. You know what? I think this is big enough. That is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think this is big enough. It allows for a good, solid spot for the table or, other decorative items to be placed. And allows enough room either side, especially... Do I want to go one further and then remove 2 walls? I'm tempted, because then I could do this. Let's see. Unfortunately, I gotta keep in mind that I don't have unlimited hollow hulls blocks for the flooring. So this would be what? One further across just to... let's fill in the other side first before I do anything stupid. No. No, we'll not do that. We'll keep it at this width. And what we'll do is we will, find the rough cut. And I think I will add in 2 of the doorways. I like the rough cut, especially on this darker floor. And yeah, I think what I might do is, how do the conifer wood stairs look? I can't believe I did the same mistake twice. I need to move these by half a block. Rough cuts. So we'll just balance this. Balance that. Rough cut. A standard door frame. I think I might have to change that outer walls. Yeah, I might have to change what the outer rooms are going to have their floors made out of. But I ain't be able to make this work. Alright, so then what I can now do is if I go to like conifers, because I like the idea of doing the conifer stairs, what I can do is I can have these at the front and at the back, I would have to remove the wall, remove the stairs, place the stairs first, and then grab the rough cut wall. Boom. Okay. And then what we do is, yeah, you'd be able to come up here, enter, go onto the second level, and I think what I'm gonna do is, whoa. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is, at this point, alright, and then we're just gonna remove this. We'll fix the floors in a minute, but I will remove these from being the floors of the outer edges. And then taking the floors from these corners, alright, so now what I'll do is go back to finding the floors. Alright. Finish making the hollow halls floors. Perfect. Alright. There we are. So, I like this. I think what we'll do next is we'll probably, yeah. Then we'll kind of add in some other floors elsewhere. Palm wood blocks might not be a bad floor, but I think I'll hold off on floors for now. Where would I want? Are these the... No, those are the palm wood. I think I'll take the conifers upstairs. So, of course, I'm going to have to frickin'... Alright. Do this on either side. And then go down. And I think what I'm gonna have having to do, words. Boom. Rough cut. Wall. Boom. And then I will use these. Boom. Alright. Fill in that. So you kind of walk in, you can immediately get upstairs. And I think what I'll do is I'll also have, if you just go through this door, I think... I think what I'll do is I'll use these I'll just quickly throw these as foundations. Perfect. And then we'll... Oh, not quite the level I wanted, but fine. Boom. So the last one was there, 1, 2. This should solidify 1 layer down. And then we'll just make this floor. Stop trying to snap to things. Now you can snap to the other one. Okay. Oh. Boom. I can now actually do something even better. Yay. So now I have if I just place this here, I can now in fact put down a solid under basement to this build. Perfect. This will do me well. I will be able to use this well to my own advantage. Good. This should be deep enough for my layer of basement. And so what I'll do is I'll just quickly create my boundary of my inner layer. Boom. And then, ooh. And then we can just kind of And now I have the ability to, yep, just go forward, on top, get rid of it. Forward, on top. And I can now get rid of all of this. Boom. And now I can basically take apparently there was some leftover water. And yeah, we can now just basically wall this off. Create a nice bit of chaos. Replace the floor. And by this point, I should be able to then add in my perfect. I now have a well done cut square in the floor. Okay. Oh, wow, that's not right. Let me fix that. There we go. Is it the right layer on this side? Nope. I do still need to quickly do that. So I'm going to... Perfect. And then what I can do is just come out to the side. Throw my half timbers across. And go down and make sure that my hole is solidly done. And my floor is done. I can now do this however I'd like. Let me fix this. Alright, there we go. So I now have a direct path downward. And so I can now do this. I can now add in a base whenever I would like. Basement. Now I would like to do the last thing, which will be to take Desert Temple blocks that I have been using. I would like one final bit of this. Alright, let's get this over with. That is one block. I am going to go 1. That would give me 1.5. So we'll do 2 blocks depth, because then if I go half a block in on the upstairs, which is probably what I do. Half a block in on the upstairs gives me about 1 to 2. Actually, would it be better? What if I used... I do refine... Ooh, fancy. How would fancy stone blocks look here? I got any fancy on me? I don't think I got any of the fancy stone blocks on me. Okay, oh god, you know what, I'm gonna have to take a break. I will be back when I got some food. I just realized what time it is. Highly polished. Okay, yeah, I'll be right back, guys. Alright, yeah, I'll be back in probably, say, 10 minutes, so, 5:50-ish, or whatever hour it would be for you guys. So I'll be right back at about that time. Throw it into... there we go. Alright, here you go. hopefully getting started again somewhat soon, and hopefully somewhat soon I can actually decide on how I want my face to end up looking, because right now it's not. Hopefully everything will be good in a minute, but I like a good chunk of it, but some of it's just, not quite there yet. Look, my timing was about right. Okay. We'll begin again soon. Right, that's gonna end soon. Need to finish mixing up my leftovers for my food. Sorry if sound is a little off because my mic's a little further away from my face. But yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah. I don't know how I want to do this. I really don't. I don't necessarily want, yeah. I don't necessarily want, what is it called? Um, um, that's not good. My keyboard seems to have stopped working for some reason. Um, uh-oh. I'm just gonna leave that be for a few seconds to see if that fixes itself. Alright, okay. There we go. I got my, that was weird. Don't like when that happens. I think what I might end up doing is I think I'm going to use conifer wood for the inner wall. So what I'll do is they want to put basically two parts of the wall. So we'll have this part. Yeah, I need to get more of these. But I think I might use conifer wood inside. Yeah, so I'll use conifer wood inside. I might use some half timbered outside, maybe, but I don't know. I still need to figure out the whole outer edge wall piece, so. I could use city walls now that I think about it. How would this look? Um, Quite the heavy contrast. Yeah, quite the contrast. I mean, I'll see how it looks. We'll see just how this goes, but alright, I got plenty of the city wall blocks. This is now one full block backward. Hmm. Let's see. At the very least, I want to try to at least get the very basics of this done, so... let's see. So it should be... I need one more. I don't know how I managed to build things that get so out of hand. Like, I really don't know how I managed to get things so out of hand so quickly. Is that right? I'll have to double check on the other end. No, that is not right. That would have been bad if I did that. This goes like this. How did I manage this? How did I manage this? I don't know how I managed to do this. Okay. I'm going to use the refined wood for the floor on this level. 1. Okay. Online. There we go. So this is in fact in line how it is meant to be in line, and that goes on the outside edge with a 1 gap. So if I was to do this on this side, that should be 1 full with the outside edge, but it doesn't have the 1 gap, which means that this wall was built differently than the other wall, which means I either gotta fix one or the other. Honestly, I would much prefer to do it this way without the gap, so I'm going to fix the wall without the gap. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go all the way to this desert temple. There we are. And now the city ones. No, I want this to be an outwall. There we are. Alright. I don't know why it wants to place this further than I want this to be placed. Alright. This should hopefully... There we go. There we are. So now I can do this. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. Uh-oh. Don't put me down here. I don't want to be down there. Alright. Alright. So what I'm gonna do is do that and do the same thing on the other end. So one end of this will allow you there, the other end of this will allow you downstairs. Alright. And so now I can turn down here into an area of storage. So I now have my storage room. Perfect. And so I have 12 of the larger chests. This is probably not big enough for a storage room, to be honest, but it'll do me. I'm only going to use half of this. And then what I'll do is I'll just simply use half wall piece. How big are the chests in relationship? They are roughly 3 wide. So if I took every block and did what I want to do, that would work. Alright. So what I can do is I can basically do this. One there. That, I believe, should allow me to place a chest there. I think that's big enough. I will repeat the... Good. Is that big enough for a chest? Let me go grab one of my large ones and find out. Hmm. Alright. Let's, there we go. Yeah. And the other thing I'm gonna have to do is, deal with this. Oh no. These can actually be much smaller. Oh yeah. And so what I can do is... I'm actually gonna make these out of this. So that's how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't quite get a 6th in there. How I usually would like it, so... yeah. So, by doing that, I can effectively... yeah. Put a chest in each of these. So we'll do this, just... boom. Boom. Okay. And then I can just add in just a rough stone wall. And do this. Just R, rough stone walls. Oh. Just rotate, just boom. And then we just rotate again. Half a block. And that's what I'll do on the other side. Just and half a block. Alright. Boom. And I can even set 2 on top of there and alternate pattern, but... Alright, what we're gonna do is... I'm gonna use City Wall... X... Perfect. And then just do the same thing on the other side. Just... that wall is one further behind it needs to be. Let's fix that. Okay. 44, 44. Boom. There we go. Now that's done properly. And now when I do this... And now I can do this. I can now put huge chests in my downstairs area. All right. There's a wolf.
Hey.
He's dead. All right. So the thing I'll do is just pick up an empty... Put it down here. Boom. I can fit a lot of chests down here as well, which is good. Oh. I can throw in that. That. Place that there. Well, good enough for now. I can now take one more of these chests. And then, yeah, now I can actually do some storage. And that'll be something I can easily or semi-easily do whilst also, you know, eating a little bit. Alright. So yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to line the walls and then... I just realized I can put things like the plant fiber, the seedlings. I can actually put these in this chest. You know, all of these. Boom. So I can be in that chest. This one could be things like the stone, the dirt. I don't think I'll put that in there, but maybe, I don't know. We'll leave that be for now then. And now I can go grab more stuff. what I can do is I can empty all of these into a, yeah, I can empty all of this into a location. Unfortunately, I gotta do this all manually because everything is a pain in the rear end to find, but once this is all in here, I can actually, go to some of my other chests and start the process of sorting everything. Alright. That's a lot of stuff. Let me just put all my animals in here. There we are. Alright. Let me just make sure everything's all the way where it can be. I'll also throw in the freaking, the beds, goats, goat feeder. There we are. Alright. I can now place the yak in position. And now inventory's a little full. So now I get to come over here. And go down here. Which should be relatively easy. And what I'll do is I'll take this one, and that'll be for materials. So, things like that, the critter carapace, the corrupted, the scales, the parts, stalker shells, more mu, adhesives, all sorts of fun stuff. The banshee gel, all sorts of critter glands, monstrous rib. So these will be enemy drops. So critter parts, scales, ammonia glands. I guess I'll put the pillbugs in here as well as these. We'll put the sparks in here as well. Shroud sac, shroud cores, poison sac, mint mushroom, amber. I believe is something that they drew. No, amber's a mined resource. You know what? We'll put that in here too. So we'll put like that and that. This. Yeah. We'll do that there. We'll also do the same thing with the bug dust and the particles, as well as shroud mushrooms. There we go. Alright. We'll throw in stone in here, as well as the logs, twigs, regular logs, resin, planks, but the honey will go elsewhere. This is plant fiber. We'll also throw in the mushroom. Do I want to throw in the honey in here as well? Don't know. I don't know about the honey. Maybe. Maybe. But I think I'll wait to throw in the honey. You know what? No, we'll throw in the honey here too. I should have enough, and if not, then I'll be able to take the honey out later. Alright. Good. We'll go grab more chests and more of everything, really. Alright. I'm going to use this chest to chuck things like that, this, kiln, smelter, mortar. All of these will go in here. Okay. These will all go in here. Jeez. That'll also be a good place to throw in the charcoal kiln and this, as well as the beehives. Okay. Jeez. Alright. So now that all those are in place, okay, more goats. Do I not have the dog? I don't have the dog again. Oh. You try to throw in the animal beds. Those would go in with the animals. The blast furnace would go in here, though. Everything else is good in here. We'll throw in the yak feeder. I have 22 torches, apparently. The other cat, another dog. And where are the pet holes? Dang it. Okay. Cat pillows. Dog bowl. Cat bowl. Dog pillow. All right. Come down here. Leave. I'm gonna put this on this side. Okay. I made one mistake. It's fine. Do I have any plant matter on me? No plant matter. I do have animal matter, but that'll go somewhere else. Oh god, a headache. Okay, I think I might end up taking a break soon, guys. And just end stream soon. This is really starting to wear my eyes out a bit. We'll probably end soon. Glass will go in there, as well as charcoal, as well as iron bar. I'll also throw in the nails in this chest as well. Any animal drops in my inventory? Yeah, we'll throw in the animal fur, as it is a hostile animal drop, as well as regular. I don't know. I'll throw in the milk and I guess the water pouches over here for now. I think I'll put food stuffs will go here, so like that, and the flour. I'm gonna put wood acid in here. Okay. Alright. You go in here. Okay, we'll take all this. Okay. Oh, I don't feel good. I have apparently a lot more of the yucca fruits. Good. Wolfsbane gets to go back in here. And this one, I'll put in the yellow leather. I'll also choose to put in the fossilized bone dust and farm soil and coal powder. Okay. This chest will have that. Put in the greater. I'll be in a randoms chest, I think. We'll do this chest, and we'll throw in things like the ectoplasms. Will go in there. And then, you know what I'll do? I'll throw in all of my rings. Will go in this chest. So rings will all go in there. the other thing I'll do is I'll quickly go use up another of these chests. And what I'll do is I'll throw in regular furniture like this, the wall torches, the beds, these. I'm gonna throw in the water dispensers, that. Doors. All the fun ones. All the fun stuff. Alright. Alright. So we now have a good solid spot to put all that. We'll throw that in there. Okay. Furniture. Basic rail. That gets to go in there. Burn. Alright. And that gets to go in here. I guess we'll also throw in the fireplace. Okay, wait. I think I put the fireplace in that chest. Alright. The weapons. Like that. You. Alright. Okay, and you know what? I'm gonna put in this chest fossils. We will put fossils and heads. It'll also be where I'll throw in the throw in those. I missed a few things. I think I'll also throw in, I guess, my old sliders and backpacks. Should be fairly easy to do. Just throw these in here. Okay. That's completely empty. That's just ectoplasm. Bars go in here. More honey. We'll throw in the sage. These berries. That. I forgot to throw in the obsidian dust in here. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna go retrieve more stuff. Let me quickly first throw some. That's not where that goes. Wooden bowls. And this. Furniture. So is that plush? Alright.
Hello.
Okay. Alright, so, how many more of the rings? I do not, but you know what? I'll also throw in the old tools in here as well, so. The old tools will also go in this chest. Got any chamomile? We'll go in there. What is this? I think it's a plant. Yes, I have more flatbread to throw in. Put in the food bait as well in here. I'll put in the meat. Throw in the meat. Got spores. Got ice. That'll go with me. That'll also go in the other bin. So I think that'll be that for that bin. Throw in the ice, the salt, the metal scrap, the rubble. Other food-based. Might do food and potions, I don't know. I'll have to do more research into the stuff. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to throw frickin' all the extras of these into a chest. Ignored. I will have my gem chest, which I just guess I'm gonna have to place down now, but I mean, I'll also throw in these heads in this bin. Furniture. Fancy stone. Boom. Okay. Well, that's... Oh god, excuse me. Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna end up having to call the stream a little early today. I was just starting to do some weird twitchy stuff, and I'm starting to be a little strained by the game. So I'll probably call it, fairly soon. I'll finish moving the stuff over, yeah. I just don't want to overly strain my eyes. Okay. Alright. Corn cob, hazelnuts. Strawberries. Oh, even more water. Well, actually, this can go. The Midnight Lily's good. If I want to actually keep the bandages on me, I will put the boiled eggs in here, though. Okay. I'm gonna go now over to this, the ectoplasm chest. We'll throw in the ectoplasm crystals. You know what? We'll throw in the ectoplasm in this chest as well as gems. And the bones. Giants. Okay. Oh, that's an artifact of the Hallowed Halls. Wonderful. Okay. Uh. No. Shit! Ice bolts. We'll keep the shroud wood. Fireflies. Those are shroud spores. Those don't belong, nor do these. No, no, no. No. I think that's good. I will throw in the fur patch, and I will throw in fabric. Is any of this for this? No. You know what? We'll throw in the fireflies and the moth. I forgot to throw in tin. I took the tin out. Bad. Tin goes back in. Which one of these? Is the very back one here? Yes, it is. Where you've got the Cyclops arm would also be put in here. Okay. Okay. Potions will all go in this. I want Shift R. We'll do potions and health. Boom. That'll go in there. I need to go over to the ectoplasm one. We'll throw in the ectoplasm crystals, fragments, shards. You know what? We'll also put the artifacts in the other artifact one, but we'll throw in the keys in here. So all of my keys will be in this chest. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'll probably join back in a little later. Join stream again, do another stream a little later, but for now, I think we go this, and then take a break because my eyes are just a little strained, and I don't want to be too strained. Okay, so this is entirely potions. Okay. Okay, this is where all the gems are going. And then all my rings, I forgot where I said I was putting those, but in one of these chests there'll be rings. So we'll throw the rings there. Oh. Am I now silent? I don't know what just happened. Oh, later. Which one of these things? Not you. Your artifact. Are you in there? Ah. Yep. Okay. Oh, are you kidding? I will throw an alchemical base, nitrate, and black powder in there. Because those all seem about right for there. And then I'll just quickly go through here. Up. So, I think I'll probably throw in, sandstone, roadblocks, lump of clay. Yeah. Alright, do I have leather in here? I'm gonna take leather out of here, as well as... I think leather was the only thing in there. Oh, and the bone channel. And then what we'll do is... I think that'll be that. Where's the mob drop chest? Oh, more gems. Hopefully I'll be able to get signs or something so I can actually read these. In this, I'm going to throw in the, we'll throw in runes. Archaic essences, bones, shroud spores, flammable. And I think I'll throw in the other materials the other side, just like the generic items. Things like this. Oh right, I have food items, which I need to go place. This will be in here. Okay. Okay. So I can now start placing down my large chest. Alright. Uh, wool will go in here. Feathers. Farm soil. Luna. Okay. Flax needs to be in here. Oh wait, this is soil. Right, dirt does not belong. Wheat seeds. We'll take out the animal food. Aloe. You know what, I'm actually kind of happy with that. I do need to probably get a second chest for this stuff. But at the very least, I can probably add in, the dirt in here. Even the fertile. Oh, I do have flour. Okay. So I am going to take out my water pouches. And I'll take out the water pouches. Those will then be replaced by the flour. You will also go in here. Good. I will throw in the straw. And I will take out the string. It'll be basically mostly the raw goods. Glow dust does not belong in there either. Perfect. I believe it's in this chest. Where things like the new moon, envy, fabrics, reptile leather. Okay. All of these. Good. Oh, not you. Good. We'll come over to here. And I think this is where I'm going to throw in the animal feed. It'll go in that bin. What is that? Oh, that's Kindlewaste's flour. That'll go in here. Glow dust goes in here. Perfect. Oh, this is the final huge magic chest. I don't know if I'll be able to put everything inside of the huge magic chest, or whether I'm going to have to put things in my large ones, but so far, so good. A good chunk of this will hopefully have places to be. Though it will be a bit harder to tell. Okay. So, you know what? Is there anything in this that fits this chest? I don't think so. Sugar does fit this chest, so I'll throw in the sugar here. Where is my artifact? this is the chest with the artifacts. So we'll throw them in there. Including the Hollow Halls artifacts. I will also throw in the Cyclops torso, and I believe heads are going in this chest. I have Foul Monstrosity heads in there. Sugarcane gets to go in the rest of it. Oh, I didn't realize I had hardened leather on me. So, Luminous. Some rubble. You definitely need to be in here. Coal should definitely be. I have now reached limit on how much I can put in here. What would I think shouldn't belong? Uh, you know what? We'll take out the dirt, sand, um, dirt roadblocks, Springlands dirt, farm soil, and the rubble we'll take with me. And I'll throw in sulfur in there as well as animal fur. Wrong chest. This one, nope. This one has spider glands in it. Where did I throw that? Here, so we'll throw in the active mycelium in here, as well as the shroud liquid. Almost forgot one of these. So we got a grand total of 3 of these things. I think I'm gonna put the dirt in the throw in dirt in with some of the rest of these materials. So we'll throw in the dried fur, that, and I think I'll throw the dirt in here as well, like more fabric. I'll also throw in where the coins are. Goo should probably put in the other materials chest, or actually, you know, we'll put goo in here. Good. We'll throw in the tea as well as scrolls. Iron ore, white glowing substance, and you all in there. Okay. Okay. And the rest of that is outfits. So that is armor. This is all weapons, which I will have to go through later, but that'll be an entirely other endeavor. Yeah. We'll take you, and we'll take you. wanted. The I can't remember what the frickin' buttons were to just try to move what can be moved. You know, to combine, because that's bone channel. Oh, bone channel 1. Ice bolt, beam channel. Okay. Incendiary. Lightning channel. Which ring do I not really care to make? We'll take stamina ring out. Throw in this. Okay. And we'll take out the freaking roll. Alright. Then, once I work with the rest of these, this should be that. And I'm going to take a break to allow myself you get to go in there, you get to go in there. This gets to go in here. I decided to throw these in here. Let's see here. Steel bars. And obsidian. So wait, can I play the different ones of these on my instruments? I might do that at one point. Throw that there. Cyclops heads. Thunderbrood heads. Baruch Brawler head. Alright, I will also throw in the trophy. Apparently I got multiples of these. I have a few, 3 of those though. I want to take this. Cool. That's kind of cool. Okay, and I don't need any of these by me, so I can play the music whenever. I think I'm gonna throw the music in this final chest. I apparently have a hand drum and an ornate hand drum. Lovely. I'll also throw in furniture, I guess, into that last chest. I have way too many water. Okay. I think I might finally have it done. I mean, I still have all of, yeah, I do still have all of that furniture and stuff, but I think that'll be that for now. I might come back in about an hour, but I'm gonna take a break and the stream, and I'll probably be back in about an hour, just so that I can leave a bit. My head really is starting, my eyes are starting to strain. So, alright. Thank you all for coming out and watching. Hopefully see you guys in about an hour when I start up again. But either way, thank you all for coming out and watching. I've been Breakfast, signing off.